The large ancient castle shone in the darkness of the night. The light from its windows created an atmosphere of mystery and mystery. There was silence inside the spacious room. Wooden furniture and massive interior items emphasized the majesty of the decoration. The young girl lay in bed, lost in thought. She was exhausted and tired because she had not eaten anything. A man in a suit turned to her and asked if she was hungry. His face was hard to see, but his voice sounded caring. The girl slowly and forcefully sat down on the bed, wrapping her arms around the blanket. She was silent, thinking about something important. Her gaze was downcast. She begged to be allowed to go home. Tears glistened in his eyes and his voice sounded pitiful and sad. The cold-eyed man was the head of the Rothschild princely family of the Frogan Empire, and a colonel in the imperial army. He stole an aristocratic girl from an enemy country. For unknown reasons, he behaved kindly to her. Noah Rothschild held a spoon in his hand. He asked with a smile why she had to go home. She constantly asked to let her go, and then she realized that life in captivity was no longer torture, but brought her pleasure. The days passed steadily, like the movement of golden gears intertwined with yellow flowers. One day, when she felt tired of the meaninglessness of existence, she was awakened by a strange sound in the darkness. The girl could not understand where she was. She raised her hand and realized that it was not her hand. Our heroine jumped out of bed when she heard someone's name. An unknown voice outside the door shouted, "Diana!" A girl with long dark hair and green eyes sat looking around. She looked surprised and alarmed. Her eyes expressed doubt, and she asked herself if this was still a dream. A voice from behind the massive door ordered her to quickly get up. She sat on the bed in confusion, waiting. She couldn't help wondering why they called her Diana. Diana Crea was the heroine of the novel and lived in terrible conditions. She constantly endured rude and cruel treatment of herself. The girl constantly read that exciting book in the evening before going to bed. And it was not surprising that she dreamed of such a realistic plot. The dark-haired beauty lived in a rich family. She was undemanding, so this behavior was incomprehensible. Her gaze fell on the hands with which she clutched the blanket. Reflections began to fill her consciousness. The girl decided that she would not endure it any longer. She abruptly jumped up from the bed and sat down on the blanket. Her decisive movements showed her readiness to act, regardless of the consequences. The bitter cold seemed too realistic for her to dream about, and it made the girl feel uncomfortable. The maid entered the room and screamed loudly. She asked how many times she needed to repeat it for the girl to wake up. Our heroine, dazed, sat on the edge of the bed, looking at the servants. The woman screamed. She asked if she knew what time it was now, and she blamed the fact that because of her they didn't have time to prepare breakfast. She angrily asked who she thought she was. The brunette sadly thought that this might not have been a dream, but then she began to console herself that she was still dreaming. Meanwhile, the maid was angrily wondering what kind of girl she was, calling her an incorrigible slacker. Our heroine had a headache from screaming. She shouted at the servants to shut up. The woman snapped angrily in response, and she demanded that Diana repeat what she had said. And the girl responded with surprise that the servants couldn't hear well. And once again she ordered her to be silent. The brunette asked the woman what her name was. She was surprised that they could have forgotten her name, and she said that she was Bella. Dana said, addressing the servant by name, that she was a servant, and she herself was an aristocrat. And she demanded that the woman still know her place. The brunette took a closed pose, and she said that if the interlocutor understood her, then she should take the lady into this room. The girl didn't know whether it was a dream or reality, but she was not going to tolerate such an attitude towards herself. Diane went to the mirror. She was horrified by the reflection she saw. The maid stood nearby behind. The woman asked what the gentleman ordered to convey. Then the brunette, noticing that she had time for unnecessary questions, ordered her to get down to business and bring her scissors. Soon the servant presented sharp, large scissors to the girl, and our heroine was horrified that everything was too real, and she could only accept what was happening. It turned out that she had turned into Diana, the heroine of the novel, which she loved to read with ecstasy before bed. However, she did not intend to become a person living such a terrible life. The girl resolutely shortened her hair, strand by strand. She was not against becoming Diana, but she categorically refused such conditions. And first I needed to talk to my father. The maid, hesitantly looking into the door of the room, spoke with a slight stutter, that while Diana is taking a bath, she will go and prepare breakfast. The woman asked the maid for a friend. Did the gentleman give any instructions? She didn't understand what they were talking about. Then the first one reported that Lady Diana's attitude had changed dramatically. A colleague asked why she suddenly started calling the girl Lady. The redhead's face showed confusion. The man who came in asked what was going on here. This was their master. Our heroine was looking at the results of her haircut in the mirror. Blonde burst into her room with a scream, shouting out her name. Seeing the girl, he asked why she looked ugly. Diana calmly answered that she thought that the daughter of a respected officer should take care of her appearance. Our heroine thought with irony that this was a truly excellent start. She wanted to object to her father, but the man abruptly interrupted her. He said that the military did not have time to take care of appearance. He insisted that he hoped that his daughter understood how difficult their work was. The brunette replied that over the past few years, she had already realized this very well. Diana's father was Admiral Winston Crea, and for an unknown reason he hated his daughter, treating her cruelly. He himself was from a princely family, and for his military services he received the title of Count. His speech and look indicated that he had a difficult character. But the girl thought that if she talked to him, everything could change, and she told her father that she would like to spend more time with him. However, the heroine turned out to be too arrogant, and therefore her plan completely failed, and soon she sat punished in the Saras on a pile of hay. Being alone with herself, the girl grieved that her father did not even listen to her. His eyes filled with disgust burned. He hated his daughter Diana so much. The girl was sad. She had been sitting here for 2 days without food at all, and in the cold to boot. Suddenly someone called out. It was a red-haired maid. She smiled and held out a loaf of white, fresh, almost still warm bread, and she demanded that she say in return, "Forgive me, Mrs. Bella." Mocking, Diana asked if she had already become an aristocrat, and she considered her simply an unscrupulous fool. The redhead clutched the loaf to her chest, and she answered angrily that Diana herself was a fool here if she was going to freeze to death. The brunette answered by narrowing her eyes so that she could wait for this with pleasure. But she promised that when she got out of here, she would kill her herself first. The maid hurried away in panic, and she screamed over her shoulder expressing the hope that Diana would die here earlier. And our heroine summed up that the servants had no manners, since she did not close the doors behind her. Left alone, the girl sadly thought that if nothing really changed, then she would freeze to death here. Although she remembered that Diana from the novel, after Selina, her older sister and the main character, was kidnapped, was falsely accused of selling her sister to her enemies. And then he killed. The girl was expendable in order to show all the anger of the father who valued the main character so much, and a minor character of no value in the novel. The whole life of a girl named Diana was ended in one line. But our heroine decided that she would not allow this. The kidnapped Selina lived in a warm room and was fed well there. And the brunette decided that since this was the case, then let her be kidnapped instead of her sister. The girl knew that the kidnapping of her father's favorite would happen in a few days. She was to some extent familiar with the content of the novel, and now she could predict future events. She swore to herself that she would do everything she could to stay alive, but time flew by faster than the girl could blink an eye. The day of Selina's kidnapping has arrived. The brunette already had a plan ready, and thank God her body was strong enough to survive in that stable. And for the sake of this day, our heroine behaved very quietly. And in the end, she was ordered to do household chores, released from her humiliating captivity. Red-haired Bella called out to the girl. She ordered her to rub all the windows with a rag. The brunette quietly and calmly asked the impudent maid if she had forgotten that she had promised to kill her. Bella ignored the threats, and turning her back, she left. She said that she would have died long ago in the stables, so I advised the girl to work diligently, and she thought that she would still take revenge on this impudent woman. Our heroine's plan began with a meeting with Selina. While waiting for her sister, she pretended to be busy polishing the glass. The brunette remembered from the novel she had read that she was described as a good girl, and she carefully looked into the door of Selina's room. A blonde with green eyes was sitting with a thick book in a green cover. She noticed the girl's appearance and greeted Diana. The green-eyed girl smiled. Our heroine thought that the first impression seemed to be good. The blonde said as if to herself that it was Diana in a slightly surprised theatrical voice. The brunette said that she was wiping the windows. Selina's parents gave her a good upbringing, and they rejected all marriage proposals, so she was fully worthy of being called the princess of the entire empire. While rubbing the glass, the girl thought that the blonde was the main character of the novel. And the main characters were always wonderful people with kind hearts. And the brunette decided that she needed to talk to her. She turned to her sister. Diana asked if she could take her with her to the party that would take place that night. And she assured that in her entire life she had never been to such events. But her sister just looked at her, laughing, and she even covered her mouth with her hand so that she wouldn't see her smile. The girl really didn't want to take anyone with her. Diana understood what was happening but still tried to find a way to get there. Selena asked if she really wanted to go to this party. The brunette replied that she had never been to them, and therefore wanted her sister to take her with her. After that, the blonde asked her for forgiveness. I explained that today many people from high society would gather. Therefore, she will be uncomfortable among them. Besides, if her father found out that she brought her, he would be very angry. The girl explained that she said all this only for the benefit of her sister. But she understood what was the matter. Selena was just trying to look like a good person. But in fact, I never decided to do a good deed. Her behavior was very hypocritical. Even though she looked angelic at that moment, the girl understood that her younger sister was treated very cruelly. But that didn't bother her at all. After that, she looked at Diana again and smiled slightly. The blonde was willing to offer her sister something as a favor, and she asked how she liked this idea. Diana could have been taken with her as a servant in secret from her father. And don't tell anyone who she really was. After all, no one knew the girl by sight anyway. Selena asked again what the brunette thought about this. But since there was no other way, the heroine had to agree. She was grateful to her sister even for such a handout. However, the lady understood that the interlocutor had too terrible a character. A little later, leaving the door, the girl began to think about the heroine's life. She was bullied first by her father, then by her sister. All this was even much worse than one could imagine. It also seemed unpleasant that even the maids were unhappy with her work, and they often made comments to her, without hesitation to raise their voice. Diana decided it was worth rethinking the kidnapping plan. But first it was worth waiting for the evening. After all, everything will have to happen on the way to this event. The main character was preparing for this party, choosing her outfits. The maid said that the lady looked very beautiful. Her sister also found more suitable clothing for the event. The girl was given a black long dress. It emphasized the lady's figure well, making her more elegant. Plus, the black color of the dress went well with the color of her hair. Diana thought that apparently the upcoming party was really very important. Her sister continued to admire herself near the mirror, very worried about her appearance. And the maids praised her. However, in addition to clothes, the brunette borrowed other things. She found something in Bella's room. One thing seemed unfair in this whole story. There was a feeling that Selena had taken away all the beauty and love for Diana, and she was like a colorless shell. Having prepared themselves, the ladies walked out into the corridor and headed towards the exit. The main character wore a beautiful pink dress with lace and a long-brimmed hat. The headdress was decorated with many flowers. A little later, the girls met the lieutenant colonel. Selena greeted him politely, and she said that his accompaniment today would be a great honor for her. It was Lieutenant Colonel Gronendahl. The lady asked the guy to take care of her, and Diana couldn't shake the feeling that somewhere she had already heard about him. But now it was important to understand whether she should have introduced herself. And yet the brunette decided to do it. Miss bowed to the guy and remembered this man. He came from the family of the Duke and the main character of the novel. His name was Geoffrey, but he wanted to hear the girl's name. In the book, he led the operation to rescue the kidnapped Selena. However, out of caution, he did not appear to come in person. Diana's sister took the initiative in the conversation and said that she would introduce the guy to her partner. But she said that it was her maid, and her name is Diana Clare. She stood behind her, only looking out a little. The blonde tried to obscure Miss, but at that moment the brunette really wanted to verbally put her sister in her place. Unexpectedly, the guy said that he had heard that there was supposedly another daughter in Claire's family. The girl took a step forward towards the hero, and then Geoffrey that this lady was that same sister and second child. Selena coughed slightly, indicating that she was uncomfortable with this conversation. However, Diana understood that this was an excellent result, and perhaps after this the blonde will not behave so arrogantly, humiliating others. The lady said that due to poor health, she was forced to stay at home all the time. Therefore, it is not surprising that they have not met before. The guy said he was glad the girl felt better, and he noted that black hair was rare for Belford. He also asked Diana if she had chosen an escort. It was very unexpected to hear this from this hero. Confused, the girl replied that he had not been chosen yet. Jeffrey said that in that case he would be glad to become her partner for today if she doesn't mind. Trying not to irritate her sister further, Diana suggested that he accompany the blonde instead of her, and Selena, out of surprise, could not say a word. But the guy did not agree with this, and he said that he liked her. After that, he extended his hand to her, offering to reciprocate. The girl did not know what to do. After all, she remembered that Selena had been unrequitedly in love with him since school, and according to the plot, he had to be connected with her. However, it is unclear why now the hero chose her. And taking her hand, he promised to take care of Diana that evening. In her heart, the heroine was glad that everything happened exactly like that. But I tried not to let others guess about it. The evening turned more and more into night. The sunset has almost completely disappeared. The dark clouds became even darker as the sun went down. A little more and the city was plunged into darkness. The buildings stood alone against the backdrop of the quiet city. Suddenly, this silence was replaced by the sounds of military aircraft, and Diana noticed them. Moreover, at that time it was the height of the war. Previously, the girl had seen such scenes only in the historical museum, and since the novel was based on real events, she calculated that it was now approximately the end of the 19th century. Selena asked her sister if she had calmed down. It seemed that Diana was seeing the city for the first time. The girl and her companions were traveling in a car. The brunette replied that she had not seen the city for a long time, but these words only caused the interlocutor to smile. After this, the lady asked if she really thought that she and Jeffrey would be together at the party. After all, she considered the guy one of those people who could not pass by the unfortunate person. Diana asked if she really looked unhappy, but she recalled that poor health was mentioned. After this, the girl clarified that since everything had already been decided, her refusal would certainly be perceived as rudeness. The blonde regarded this behavior as very impudent, and the car with the heroes continued its journey. But later she suddenly stopped. This surprised the ladies. The driver, seeing the danger, decided to stop. A moment later there was a loud explosion. The girls sitting in the car covered their ears. But Diana understood that what she went for would soon happen. There was a cry calling for them to run. Someone also reported that there had been a terrorist attack. The brunette opened the car door. She couldn't wait for all this to happen. After all, she was expecting an imminent abduction. Her sister asked what she was doing. She also reached out to close the car door. A little later, strangers approached the car and replaced those sitting in the front seats. After this, the phrase, "We have been waiting for you," was heard, and it was suggested to continue the journey. The car rushed forward at high speed. The car quickly drove away, leaving the wheels squeaking. One of the men took off his headdress. Diana saw that this man had an unusual ash color of hair. The girl recognized him. However, her sister still could not understand what had happened. The stranger turned to the ladies and smiled at them. He also noted that there were two ladies. The blonde agreed and said that they were both daughters of Admiral Clare. Diana realized that this was exactly the kidnapping she had read about. The man asked which of them was the eldest. The main character thought. And later she asked if they were talking about her older sister Selena. The brunette of the ball is glad that she helped carry out her plan. After all, now her vile essence was more useful than ever. The stranger, continuing to look at the lady, smiled. And after that, he said that the eldest daughter of this admiral was an extraordinary liar. The heroine was very surprised to hear such unflattering words about herself. Late evening enveloped the world in silence, and the car continued to slide along deserted streets, barely lit by lanterns. There was tense silence in the salon. Only the faint noise of the engine could be heard. Selena, sitting in the back seat, looked out the window. Diana's eyes were turned to the stranger. She did not see anything in reality. She was only immersed in thoughts about what happened and what would happen next. In the front seat, the driver and his accomplice remained in tense silence for some time. Their gazes darted periodically, following the girls. But most of all, they concentrated on the road. Streets passed by that the girl could recognize if she really were Diana. The car continued to move. But later she stopped again. The blonde heard that they had supposedly arrived. At that moment, tears were streaming down her cheeks. After all, she didn't know what to expect next. The stranger turned to her and asked the fair-haired young lady to leave. However, the girl continued to sit. Suddenly, the car door opened and Selena was pushed out onto the street. She screamed and fell. And a little later, she asked what he was doing. And why exactly was she pushed out? Diana at that moment continued to be in the car and observed the situation. Suddenly, the lady realized that he had let her sister go. Apparently, her plan was unnecessary, but it was carefully thought out. The girl imagined how she would ask not to kidnap her sister, but to take her. She also believed that it would be possible to tell the kidnapper that she was more dear to her father. Therefore, she was not even allowed to go outside. The lady also thought about what could be said. Supposedly, it would be more profitable for the kidnapper to kidnap her. And in the end, force it to be done in any way. That was the plan. But he wasn't needed. The stranger sat in the back seat of the car and told the driver to drive away. And then he asked if the girl was worried about her sister. After all, she didn't even cry. This was very surprising for a stranger. But she replied that if you look into it, she herself was now in greater danger than she was. Therefore, in such a situation, I couldn't worry about her. This answer surprised the man very much, but still he was struck by the girl's calmness. She sat in the car, lost in her thoughts. The lady was thinking about something, so she didn't say a word. The girl carefully tried to remember something, and suddenly she succeeded. Miss remembered the description in the book of this man. There he was, called a young man with unimaginably beautiful features. He had an unusual hair color. It was a duke and a colonel from the enemy country of Frogan. Diana asked who exactly this man was. The lady wanted to pretend that she didn't know anything yet. But at first he remained silent in response, only tilting his head to the side. And later he also asked a question. And he asked if he could be called the person who came to her aid. This answer seemed rather strange to the lady. The man then added that he planned to kidnap her today, and he asked if she would go with him. Diana looked surprised. Miss decided to clarify whether the kidnapping could be called help. After this, the young man said that, by the way, this was no longer a plan but its implementation. It seemed strange to the girl why he was smiling all the time. After all, I didn't see anything funny in this situation. A little later, the stranger looked away, and then he said that they had been caught up. The lady sat calmly in the car, trying to understand the meaning of what was happening. Then the kidnapper said that he left them the blonde one to distract attention. But it looked like they couldn't buy enough time. The car could not move further as another car blocked its path. There was a strong squeak of wheels from stopping cars. The man said that this is the reason why he does not like Bentner's cars. But the driver noted that preparing another car was the right decision. He agreed with him and added that that car would be faster. Suddenly, people familiar to Diana began to get out of the vehicle that blocked their path. The girl immediately recognized Lieutenant Colonel Gronendahl, but she couldn't understand why he was here. The young man told the driver that as soon as he got out, he should immediately go along the trail, and he asked the girl to carefully get out of the car. Diana at first thought that the man was going to drop her off in order, as with Selena, to gain more time. Therefore, I began to worry, because I thought that things would turn out badly if the kidnapper abandoned his plan. This question bothered her very much. She and the man got out of the car. The stranger held a pistol near her and greeted the lieutenant colonel. He also noted that they did a great job pursuing them. Jeffrey was very angry with the kidnapper and asked him what he was up to. The man continued to hold the weapon near the girl. Diana was interested in the same question that she had recently heard. Suddenly, the stranger whispered in the lady's ear that he did not intend to shoot her. Therefore, he apologized for the inconvenience and asked not to worry. And after that, he asked the lieutenant colonel if he wanted the girl to suffer because of his senseless actions. And he explained that because of this, they are forced to say goodbye to him now. His employees suddenly approached the lieutenant colonel and said that the enemies were surrounding them. But the order was given not to shoot. And all because the man had a hostage. Everyone had to prepare for the attack. The kidnapper took the girl in his arms and began to carry her. These events took place late at night. There was a new moon in the sky. Therefore, it did not provide any special lighting. And the young man continued to carry the girl in his arms. But Miss said that she could go herself. However, since they were already close, he ordered her to sit still. The car they would have to travel in was already very close. And when they approached, the man transferred the girl into it. And he also sat down himself. In this era, cars cost a fortune. The lady tried to understand whether the thought that came into her head was true. She also wondered how long ago he had been planning the kidnapping. But now it didn't matter. The young man said that they would probably arrive at the place by dawn. Therefore, he suggested that Miss get some sleep. She agreed, but she understood that she was unlikely to be able to sleep in such an unusual environment. After all, these events unfolded slightly differently from the plot described in the book. But most of all, the brunette was interested in the question of whether the plan to kidnap her was a success. Diana herself fell asleep without even noticing. Some more time passed and she heard someone trying to wake her up. Over time, the girl opened her eyes. The man asked if she was awake. The lady began to realize that she was now in the car with her kidnapper, and she fell asleep right next to this young man. He noted that although Miss was kidnapped, she was sleeping so soundly that they even had to wake her up. The girl realized that she had become too careless. The thought that she managed to escape from her family made her feel too relaxed. Therefore, I realized that I should have been more attentive, and she needed to pull herself together. Later, the car stopped and Sir got out. Walking around the car, he opened the door for the lady, and holding out his hand, he offered to leave. The lady believed that abducted people were not supposed to show that everything suited them, so I asked where they had come, and what a place this is. The man replied that this was a special place to keep the beautiful captive under lock and key. After these words, he smiled slightly. The lady felt uneasy at being called a beauty. Although there was nothing bad in these words, it seemed to her that there was still some kind of catch in them, and she added that her father was probably very worried about her. After this, the young man again asked the girl to leave, and again he called her beautiful. If he didn't have a gun with him, something else could have been said. But a little fear made itself felt. Thus began her life as a kidnapped girl. The man took her out of the car and led her to some mansion. It was a large 2-story house. The rooms in it were bright and spacious, and the furniture matched beautifully with the interior of the room. There was a large bed in the middle of the room. The lady immediately lay down on her. This seemed excellent to her. The girl slept on a soft bed for several days. Her sleep was wonderful and she woke up rested every time. She couldn't help but be pleased with this. 3 days have passed. She ate delicious meals 3 times a day and slept in the same pleasant bed. The estate was clean. There were also a lot of books there. And also, to the girl's joy, she was taught to play chess. In addition, the Duke himself almost never entered her room. One got the feeling that he was not interested there. It seemed too perfect. However, many of the books were quite heavy for ladies, and she would like to read something that did not require much thought. And she came up with one way to do it. After some time, the maid brought her romance novels as she asked. Yes, the girl even had her own maid. Her name was Molly. When Diana first saw her, she thought that she would be difficult. However, the woman listened to all her requests without a single complaint. This time the brunette was brought a huge stack of books. It seemed strange that she would have time to read all this. It was hard to decide where to start reading. But then a book called The Duke of the Big Stump caught the girl's eye. Paying attention to her, the lady asked what she was talking about. Molly explained that the book was a story about a maid. It was a love story between a master and a servant. And when the maid left, Diana immediately began to read this book. The name seemed suspiciously indecent to her. But over time, the girl realized that the story itself was very interesting. The main character of the novel became engaged at a young age. Reading the book with emotion, lying on the sofa, Diana understood that this story would not be difficult to unravel. This is how her days passed. During the day, the girl read a book and then thought about it. One day the Duke came to see her. Seeing that she was reading, he asked if she really liked such books. Diana found it strange that the Duke was reading a big stock about the Duke. At that moment, for some reason, the heroine did not want the man to continue reading her. Therefore, she turned to him, saying that it was too bad. And then she tried to take the book from his hands. The Duke was sitting very close to her on the bed, but the lady could not take the book. At that moment, the kidnapper moved his hand to the side and the girl fell on him. Then he joked again, saying that he liked the lady's positive attitude. These words made her immediately stand up and lean away from the man. She asked him what this meant. After all, even though she was a hostage, she said that it was impossible to treat her like that. But the Duke said that the lady was the first to attack him. He himself simply could not resist such a beauty. After this, the stranger put his hand to his forehead. Diana thought that he hit him at the moment of her fall, and just in case I wanted to double-check it. Miss moved closer to the man, but at that moment he made the same gesture. Their faces were very close, so much so that the girl was slightly frightened. After that, he took his outer clothing and took out a revolver from it. It was unclear what he was trying to achieve. After all, the stranger pointed the weapon directly at the girl. The lady asked if he wanted to check whether she would die or not after the shot, but the Duke replied that she would probably die after this. It turned out that there was no point in checking this. The reason for this man's behavior was different. He said that the lady behaved like an ordinary person today, but on the day of the abduction, for some reason she looked joyful. The girl could not understand what was wrong with her interlocutor now. After this, the kidnapper suddenly extended his hand with the weapon to Diana and said that he was giving her this revolver. He also offered her the choice to shoot him and be free. He put the weapon directly into the girl's hand, but she could not understand that the Duke was checking. She held it in her hands, not pointing it in any direction. Perhaps he wanted to check whether she would run away or not. Suddenly, the thought came to mind that this pistol was probably not loaded. The girl opened it to double-check but saw that all 6 cartridges were in place. After this, the Duke began to explain how to use the weapon, and he said that you need to hold it with both hands and then pull a certain lever. He also showed how to hold it correctly in your hands, and having pointed it in his head, he offered to pull the trigger. This could be done very simply, but Diana could not understand why all this was being done and what the man wanted to check. The girl began to worry that if she didn't shoot, the Duke might guess about her plan. But if she shoots, then she will have to figure out how to live on. The lady could not understand what this man was counting on, so I thought again about what I should do now, and I decided to run away from him so that nothing bad would happen. The girl ran towards the door and said that she did not want to become a killer. The man noted that Miss therefore was for peace, but she ran out of the room and shouted after her that she was just an ordinary person. However, while running away, the girl decided to allow herself to be easily caught up. As she left the building, she looked back to see if the kidnapper had followed her, and she waited for him to go look for her. Diana ran out into the street. At that moment, night had already covered the world. Many shining stars could easily be seen in the sky. The lady wandered through the forest, and it seemed like a long time had passed. But for some reason, the man did not try to catch her. At that moment, she was already feeling cold. Miss clenched her hands, trying to keep warm. The night scared her. It was quite creepy to be there alone. But the young man did not follow her. She couldn't wait for him and looked out for him when he appeared. Gradually, it began to snow. Diana was dressed in a light dress. She didn't like the weather more and more. The lady began to worry that she might get sick or die in this forest. Finally, someone's footsteps were heard. It was the same Duke. He came out to meet her and asked if the girl was lost in the forest. Seeing the man, Diana pointed a revolver at him, but he asked if she needed help. The man was wearing a black coat, which saved him from the cold night snowfall. The girl looked at him carefully and said that it was so dishonest. After all, he came to her with a hunting rifle. She took her eyes off the man and looked to the side. After that, a slightly noticeable smile appeared on her face. Diana approached him, saying that you couldn't really argue with a man who had a gun. He looked into her eyes and touched her chin with his finger. After this, the Duke called Diana a good girl, but she replied that she thought it was supposedly already released. But it turned out on the contrary, he decided to kill her. But the Duke said that he had not even thought about it, and he took the gun only because there were wolves in the forest. Because of this, it can be dangerous there. Afterwards, Noah threw a warm coat over Miss to keep her warm. The lady wondered why this man made her run away into this dangerous forest. After all, it was not logical. After that, the man noted that the entire time the Miss didn't even cry. And he asked that even if she gets a chance, she should not leave it. Diana thought that he was saying strange things again. After all, he himself gave her a chance to escape, and then this chance turned into danger, and it was all because of him. The night gradually turned into dawn, and at that time the heroes had just returned to the estate. The lady was sitting on her bed holding a cup of tea in her hands. The man asked if she was offended by him, and he added that he would not want her to run away into the forest secretly from him and die there. Therefore, he decided to warn her about this in advance. Diana thought that the man's behavior might indicate that he was a psychopath. She also asked me to explain it in words next time. After all reasonable people do this. But the Duke thought differently. He replied that people are often unable to understand what they have not experienced, and he asked if Diana agreed with his opinion. The girl replied that she was not like that. Therefore, she asked me to explain it to her in words next time. At that time, Miss had already finished her tea and put the empty cup on the table. The kidnapper agreed with her. He also warned that they would soon bring her everything she needed, so she didn't have to leave the room. But the girl replied that she was going to bed. After these words, the man wished her good night. Diana lay down in her warm and comfortable bed and decided that tomorrow she would sleep until noon. The Duke answered her that tomorrow they would meet again. The girl got out of bed and asked if he would come again tomorrow. The man asked how the lady would react to this. And won't she mind? Diana replied that she would not. However, I noticed that after this, the man's face suddenly became sad, and then I went to bed. But sleep just didn't come to her. There were many thoughts in my head. Many questions remained unanswered. After all, in the novel, this Duke was not like that at all. Now he apparently decided that she was a person whom it was pleasant to make fun of. And there will probably be more of these jokes in the future. So the lady thought until she fell asleep. But her fears were in vain. After this, the Duke did not appear for about a week. Thanks to this, she spent her time enjoying herself. Later, one day she had a visitor. He brought an answer from Admiral Clare. Diana believed that he would not have the desire to enter into negotiations, and this behavior was expected for her. However, she already had a plan prepared for such a case. The girl said that she recognized her father, and she added that he apparently decided to use her death as a reason for a full-scale attack. The guest looked at Diana in surprise. It was the Duke's butler, and his name was Vincent Ford. The lady was amazed that the man did not react to her words, but he also noticed that Miss didn't even cry, although everyone understood that she was abandoned to certain death. Miss found it strange why all these people wanted to see her cry so badly, and she thought that the Duke apparently ordered him to bring her to tears. The butler said that the gentleman would arrive at the estate soon. The lady believed that the kidnapper was attracted to the fact that she did not cry. Therefore, I decided to continue in the same spirit. Later, the guest left. Several hours have passed since then. Diana was reading books all this time. It was strange that the man was still not there, but the butler said that the Duke would come soon. The girl began to worry that something could happen, but it would only be better for her. After some more time, the sound of footsteps was heard in her room. Finally, the Duke arrived, and he said that he came to her for a conversation between reasonable people, and ready to do as Diana liked. The man further said that the girl's father asked him to tell her that he didn't need her, and he asked what, in connection with this, they had to do. Miss looked at the young man in surprise, realizing that the very hour had come, but she said that nothing could be done about it, and since her death will be useful to the Empire, then there is no choice. And after that, she added that she was ready to accept death. However, I noticed that my interlocutor had a look full of expectation. This seemed very strange to her, but the man replied that he would not kill her. After all, I believe that mocking someone who cannot resist you is not gentlemanly. The girl recalled that he had recently threatened her with a pistol. The lady had a rather serious face as she spoke these words, but the Duke replied that it was not a mockery, and he offered to explain to her what bullying is, because he considered himself a great professional in this field. Diana chose to refuse, and then she asked him what he wanted to check. The man said that he really has such plans, and the girl clarified what exactly he was going to do. The kidnapper replied that he wanted to test the lady's intelligence and abilities. This answer really amazed the brunette. After all, she considered herself a fairly ordinary person, but the interlocutor did not think so. He asked Miss how many people, in her opinion, in that situation would check whether there were cartridges in the revolvers, and he added that an ordinary person would not check this, and I would have immediately pressed the trigger. The girl said she didn't know that. Afterwards, the man noted that his princess was pleased with her intelligence, and he asked if Diana considered herself such. The girl silently looked at her interlocutor, not answering anything. After this, the young man asked again if she wanted to die in such a way that her death would be useful to others. Diana agreed to this, but in reality I didn't want to die at all, and I wanted to continue to live a carefree life, as I do now. Then she took the fur collar and said that she wanted to do some good with her death. Like this fur. The man said that this is the maximum price that people can achieve, but the girl added that if he didn't need her, he would have killed her long ago. The kidnapper said he didn't intend to kill the lady. After all, she didn't shoot him either. Diana still could not understand what this man was trying to achieve. Until now, it had not been said what he needed from her. It was also not clear why he had been holding it all this time. Therefore, she decided to think that it would be more useful to him alive. After this, the Duke added that the princess he freed was not ostentatious, and most of all, it's real. Miss began to explain that she was not a princess. After all, she wasn't even from the royal family. After this, the young man said that it seemed to him that his princess did not even try to escape from here. But the girl did not agree with this, and she said that she once tried to do it right in front of him. The man noticed that Diana apparently didn't notice anything that day, and he explained that the door to this room was locked only on the very first day. But the lady didn't understand this. He made this conclusion due to the fact that she did not try to open it herself. The girl was very surprised by this. She was worried that the kidnapper might understand her motives. The young man took her hand and called her Diana, and after that he asked to call him by name and introduced himself. His name was Noah. The Duke said his name out loud several times so that the brunette would remember it. The lady was certainly amazed by this. She looked at the man with a puzzled look. After that, he said his name again several times, as if enjoying it. Diana added that he said he allegedly did not intend to kill her, and she asked again if this was true. The kidnapper noted that she valued her life, although she pretended that she didn't care. But the girl said that he himself threatened to kill her if she tried to escape. However, the young man meant that if Miss did not run away, she would not die, and he added that she herself took his words as a threat. This behavior seemed contradictory to him. Diana thought that she had attracted the attention of some well-bred pervert. Later, she again asked him every day to let her go, but the efforts were in vain. Therefore, the lady asked to be allowed to at least take a walk. The man understood her request, because he believed that she really might get tired of sitting in the room. Diana found it strange that he didn't stop her. Therefore, she felt that Sir took pity on her, perhaps due to the fact that she had to spend a lot of time locked up. After this, the miss and her assistant were able to go outside. At that time, it was already winter. The snow shimmered under the rays of the morning sun. Crystal clear white flakes smoothly fell from the sky, and like feathers, they covered the ground with their blanket of snow. Diana breathed in the fresh winter air, feeling its lightness. The trees were dressed in winter outfits made of snow. Their branches were decorated with magnificent patterns. The lady's gaze slid over the places around her. It seemed as if she was seeing snow-covered trees and these snowdrifts for the first time. And I felt the fragility of the snow under my feet. Miss inhaled the fresh air piercing with frost, and she felt how every breath filled her with strength and energy. She was pleased to finally go for a walk. She thought it was good to take a walk like this sometimes. At that moment, it was noon. Therefore, the colors of the landscape were unusually bright. Suddenly, the lady saw something flash in the distance. At first, Diana thought that perhaps the Duke was holding her at gunpoint. But after only a moment, the maid asked her to be more careful, and she pushed her so that she lay on the ground. Some time before this, the lieutenant colonel tried to solve this case. It was strange for him that despite the fact that the admiral's own daughter had been kidnapped, he was not going to enter into negotiations. Although the military has to make cold-blooded decisions, he could not justify this. And with all his might, he tried to find poor Diana. After all, he understood that she was unusual. The man entered the admiral's office. He asked the lieutenant colonel what happened. Geoffrey began to say that he had come to report on the situation regarding the kidnapped Mademoiselle Claire, and he added that he told the kidnappers that he was not going to enter into negotiations. However, apparently the girl was still alive, and there was no information about the last words of the lady or about her death. After this, the lieutenant colonel clarified whether the interlocutor actually did not intend to save his daughter. But he only replied that it was not so easy to do. If he says what he wants, then it is unlikely that anyone will be able to go to her aid. However, the man explained that the kidnapping happened before his eyes. Therefore, I considered it my duty to take responsibility for what happened. But there was no need for this. After all, the rescue operation has already begun. These words struck Geoffrey very much. After all, he had never heard anything about it before. It turned out that 8 people were sent. They were led by Captain Mira. Geoffrey was determined to act independently if the operation failed. To this, the admiral simply remained silent, smiling slightly. Diana was lying in the snow with her maid, and she asked her to bend down. After this, the woman took out a pistol, which caused great surprise to the lady. The girl didn't know that Molly also knew how to use a gun. This news was extremely unexpected for her. The rescue delegation for Diana had just arrived at the house where she was. The men thought that judging by the reaction, this was unlikely to be Noah's tricks. And then they turned to the girl and asked if it was Diana Clare. They reported that they had come to save her on the orders of the Admiral. But the lady seemed suspicious that these people really wanted to save her. Miss stood up and said she would go with them. But she asked not to shoot the maid. In this whole situation, it seemed to the girl that something was clearly wrong. It was strange that all these people had come to save her now. Perhaps this was done so that no one could say that Belford was abandoning its subjects in trouble. But on the other hand, it didn't look like an admiral. After all, he was a man about whom it cannot be said that he would worry about this. Moreover, the speech of these people was not similar to the speech of the military. All these people did not even try to pretend that they respected the admiral, although they themselves were clearly of low rank. Diana wondered who all these people were. Only one explanation seemed logical. The girl believed that these were mercenaries who came to kill her under the guise of a rescue operation. The phrase "enemy detected" was heard. After that, one of the men asked everyone to shut up and said that they had been exposed. Another gave the order to shoot. Diana moved a little further away from them and watched all the events in horror. It seemed like it was best for her to run away now. The snow continued to fall and a light wind created a small blizzard. The snow swirled in the air and this reduced visibility in the forest. The girl thought that there was a fair amount of snow. Therefore, if there is one wrong move, it will be quickly detected. And after that, I tried to find a secluded place. A little later, she came to a huge tree that had a connector. The lady approached this connector and sat down next to him. After all, I thought it would be safer this way. And shots were still heard in the distance. Diana decided to stay here until everything calms down. Then you can go back. It seemed unlikely that there would be a single person who would save a minor character like her. Over time, the sounds of gunfire stopped. Miss sat near this tree for some time. The day was approaching evening. After waiting a little more, she thought it was all over. So I got up and decided to look for a way back. At that moment, the snow covered her tracks. Diana began to wonder which way she had come here. And she stood in the silence of the forest, surrounded by the thick shadows of trees, which seemed even darker on this silent night. She listened to the rustle of snow under her boots, as if this sound was the only witness to her presence in this world. But suddenly, something caught her attention. In the distance, among the trees between the trunks, she noticed movement. At first, these were only silhouettes, dark shadows, unclear outlines. But over time, these silhouettes began to take shape. The outlines of wolves began to emerge from the darkness. There were a lot of them. Their living eyes sparkled in the night, like lights in the depths of the forest. The lady felt her heart beat faster. The wolves slowly but silently approached her. Their steps were light and smooth. They moved like shadows among the trees. Diana felt that this moment was fraught with extraordinary danger. The girl thought that everything could work out well if we treated them like ordinary dogs, and she ordered them to sit. But this behavior seemed to anger them even more. They surrounded her, black shadows bursting out of the night. The predatory teeth gleamed in the moonlight, their gaze filled with hungry fury. The animals came closer and closer to her. Out of fear, the girl stumbled and fell into the snow. It seemed like these were the last minutes of her life. Trying to somehow protect herself, the girl grabbed a stick and was ready to hit anyone who approached her with it. This did not stop the wolves, and one of them came even closer to the girl. His sharp, frightening teeth were ready to receive this prey. But suddenly something strange and saving for Miss happened. A loud shot rang out, which frightened the wolves, and they, with unprecedented strength, rushed to run away deep into the forest. They no longer turned their attention to the lady. The girl sat holding a stick in her hands and waiting for the people who, in fact, became her saviors. The same warriors who said that the admiral had sent them approached. The men said that they had finally found her. After all, it would be unpleasant if Diana were torn to shreds, because no one would pay them for a corpse without arms and legs. It seems that only now the lady began to understand what could have happened a few minutes earlier. And I still couldn't believe that I could have died just recently. But she was not ready to let these saviors close to her. Therefore, she warned the men not to approach, and she swung a stick at them. One of the warriors told her to stand still. This man grabbed her hands and pulled out the stick. He threw the brunette into the snow. The order was given to kill her. Only the face could not be damaged. Other warriors were already ready to fulfill it. Everyone understood that they had to work hard because of this girl. After that, Diana heard someone calling her to him. And then one of the warriors took her face with his hand. Trying to defend herself, the lady bit the man's finger. But the man warned that she would die anyway. Therefore, I asked the girl to behave more correctly. He also threatened that if she twitched, he would break all her fingers one by one. The other warriors wondered why he hesitated. The warrior took Diana's neck with his hand and tried to lift her. The lady tried to escape, but this only seemed funny to them. The brunette then kicked him in the leg. The man thought that the girl would cry and beg for mercy, but he never saw her tears. Miss thought that it was impossible to change the sad fate of the minor character. It seemed that the shooting from the original plot looked better. Over time, the girl stopped resisting, and the warrior thought that she had resigned herself. He also added that now he would end her suffering. Suddenly, the brunette remembered that this man had a knife, and if she continues to resist, it will probably only get worse. With a well-aimed movement of her hand, the girl pulled out this knife, snatching it from the warrior. But he repeated that resistance would be futile. After that, the lady swung the knife and injured the man. After all, she did not believe that her resistance would be useless. Another warrior recalled that he asked to kill the girl immediately. Then hand-to-hand combat with knives was proposed. After all, this man had more than one knife. However, the lady did not want to die so much that she began to wave the knife again, trying to defend herself. And then the sound of someone's steps was heard. All these people realized that they had been caught up. It was unclear how they were found. One of the warriors finally guessed that it was because they were shooting at the wolves. The men began to think about what to do. After all, due to the recent firefight, they were now at a disadvantage. That's why they wanted to retreat. However, it was too late as they were surrounded. The number of people who pursued them exceeded the number of themselves. Therefore, the admiral's soldiers were quickly driven away from the girl and disarmed. Diana at that moment was in the snow, and one dead man was lying on top of her. This man looked quite heavy. The girl couldn't even stand up on her own. She was having trouble breathing, so she needed help to move this dead warrior away. Diana was saved again by the Duke. He also said that he plans to kill all the attackers. Therefore, if it was unpleasant for her to look at it, he asked her to close her eyes. However, if she wants to look at it, he will not object. Suddenly, one of the soldiers turned to Colonel Rothschild and said that he had information that would be useful to him. But before he could finish speaking, a shot rang out. The Duke aimed for the leg. After this, the colonel said that he did not need information. The attacker asked for mercy, saying that they had reasons to do so, and also asked to listen to him. Afterwards, Noah said he planned to let one of them escape, and looking at all the attackers, he said thoughtfully that he did not know which of them to choose. He asked the soldiers to choose him. He asked for mercy for him and called the others cannon fodder. The Duke agreed. This man began to run away, and the colonel looked at him, holding a gun in his hands. After this, a shot was heard again. A moment later, the fleeing man was dead. Noah added that he did not say that the escapee would live. After this, turning to his soldiers, he ordered to leave one and kill the rest. Hearing this order, another of the attacking warriors began to beg for mercy. The Duke ordered him to return to his people and tell him everything that he saw here. And what did Rothschild say? He ordered me to tell him absolutely everything. After this, the man began to run away from the forest, and Noah just stood there and looked after him, doing nothing. When he disappeared from sight, the man approached the princess and said that only he could protect her. And he asked if she agreed with this. After this, the Duke again affirmatively told the brunette that only he could protect her. Therefore, he asked me not to try to run away from him anymore. The girl, still in shock from what was happening, stood and looked into the distance. Then she was forced to admit that in this world she had no one to count on and nowhere to go. It was a sad reality in which she was completely alone. Therefore, the brunette said that the man was right. If it weren't for him, Miss would have been dead long ago. Diana didn't know whether this was said seriously or not, but the man's words became a small consolation for her. After that, she took a deep breath and covered her face with her hands. The first tears appeared on her face. Noah leaned over to her and asked if he had offended her in any way. The lady again asked what he wanted from her, but the Duke repeated that escape is death. Therefore, it was enough for the girl to just be next to him. It was hard to believe that this was really all that was required of her. The man asked what else she needed, and he repeated that this is all that is required of her. Diana regarded such words as mockery, because he knew very well about her situation, and she believed that he behaved this way on purpose. The girl added that if he needs money, she can help him earn it. But the young man said that he was able to do it himself. so he doesn't need anyone else's help with this. The lady still could not understand the motives of this man, so she asked him if he was interested in her body. He agreed with her, and he said that he wanted to completely possess her and be its sole owner. This answer seemed too honest to Diana, and she said she was against it. After all, they are not even married. To this, the man replied that in this case it is worth getting married. But after that, he corrected himself, asking himself what he was talking about. After all, marriage was usually concluded by those who loved each other. Therefore, the girl should have loved him, and she replied that she would try. The man suggested trying it now. Diana regarded this behavior as a thirst for entertainment. After all, she believed that it was impossible to immediately fall in love by order, but she only said out loud that she agreed with it. And she told the colonel that she loved him. After all, if this one phrase could change his attitude towards her, then the lady was ready to repeat it many times. However, the Duke was not satisfied with this. He asked how sincere these words were, and he added that he would not consider them a blatant lie, because he believed that his princess would not be a liar in front of him. The girl explained that the words were spoken from the heart, and all because the man recently saved her. This answer seemed more plausible to the interlocutor. However, he added that words alone are not enough. Diana said that in this case they could not do anything, but the Duke asked why. It didn't look like the situation was going to change. After that, Noah leaned towards the girl's face and touched her lips with his lips. She closed her eyes for a moment, but later moved away from him. This behavior seemed very strange to her. Diana didn't know how to evaluate him and covered her mouth with her fingers. Rothschild stood and smiled at this time. The lady thought he was a truly strange man. Suddenly, he asked if she was okay. The girl replied that she was not okay. She also asked if he was asking about this too late. The man approached her and took her in his arms, and after that he began to go somewhere. And as he passed by the assistants, he told them to clean up and asked if there were other people nearby who could see all this. After that, the young man looked at Diana and said that he would make all her wishes come true. After all, now they are connected with a kiss. The brunette began to think that when she asked him if he was targeting her body, he answered yes. And now he spoke as if he were a naive hero from a shoujo manga. The lady asked what would happen after the kiss. Unexpectedly, the man said that that touch could hardly even be called a kiss, and if she doesn't understand them, he can explain them to her. But Diana refused. He reminded her that she had recently said that she allegedly loved him. The lady explained that she was uncomfortable discussing such topics in public. After this, the young man suggested going into the house. The girl tried to change the topic, but he still continued to discuss her. Then he asked her to grab him by the shoulders so that she wouldn't fall. Diana did just that. His actions seemed cruel and cold to her. But she felt his warmth. The man had a handsome face and a strong body. He acted as if he noticed everything but hid it. And this behavior was very strange. Carrying the girl in his arms through the snowy forest, the young man wished her good night. She fell asleep in his arms. Diana woke up already in the house. Then she was lying in pajamas on a soft bed. The lady got up, realizing that she had fallen asleep very soundly, but someone had washed her and treated her wounds. The Duke sitting next to him said that he did it. The girl was surprised, thinking that he had changed her clothes, but the man said that since they were on good terms, there was nothing wrong with it. And he said that Diana belongs to him, and he belongs to her. After that, he again called the girl his princess. However, she said that she was still against him undressing her without asking. After this, the young man said that he was joking. His actions were limited only to applying bandages. The brunette was starting to dislike this behavior. After this, the man asked Diana again if she had forgotten what he told her, and about what kind of kisses there are. Colonel Jeffrey was still trying to find Miss Claire. At that moment, he drove up in a car to the Admiral's house, and he had to report that the rescue operation had failed, and all its participants were dead. This could only mean one thing. But before Jeffrey had time to think about it, Selina came out of the house. The girl decided to meet the lieutenant colonel, and she said that she was waiting for his visit. She also invited the guest to enter the house. After all, father was supposed to return in less than an hour. The brunette asked if there had been any other incidents recently. The princess replied that nothing more happened. Only something bad happened to her sister, and that's it. Jeffrey promised to definitely save her sister. These words frightened Selina, as she did not want him to personally go to Frogen. But the lieutenant colonel believed that since he was nearby when her sister was kidnapped, he should bear responsibility for what happened. However, the blonde heard that Colonel Rothschild was a very cruel and dangerous man. Everyone also knew that he was a skilled shooter, but Jeffrey believed that nothing could be done about this situation. After all, who knows in what monstrous conditions Diana was now? Selena looked down sadly. It seemed strange to her since when the interlocutor began to call her sister that, and again she repeated her request not to go there. She also explained that she was worried about the guy. After all, I read that there were others who were able to free Diana, but he replied that he did it for her own good, and he asked us to take his phrase literally. The Duke, looking at Diana, was lost in thought. He understood that she had been kidnapped, threatened with a weapon, intimidated and abandoned alone, but she did not cry. And as soon as he said that he would protect her, tears flashed in her eyes. The joy of receiving a special piece of art with hidden meaning. This is exactly what the feeling of achieving what you wanted was like. Noah wanted to see the expression on Diana's face that would change. Not just anyone, but him. The man called the girl his beauty, and he achieved this earlier as promised. The young man sat in his office deep in thought. He called Vincent over. He immediately came up. Noah asked if he had ever loved anyone, but the assistant replied that he thought that the interlocutor had more experience in such matters than he himself. The Duke explained that he simply met with those who insisted on a meeting, but I myself didn't consider this to be love. Vincent added that the interlocutor used to make all the girls cry, and even Princess Medea. In the end, she had to refuse because she was too annoying. Plus, Noah called Diana his princess. These words startled his assistant a little. The man wanted to know what he needed to do so that she would not try to escape. Vincent asked again. He was not talking about the kidnapped woman. The Duke confirmed this. After this, the man began to think that Diana loved romance novels. Since the maid regularly brought them to her, it meant that Miss loved to read them. Therefore, it was possible to use love so that she would not think about escaping. Besides, the lady probably liked this. He also noted that women love precious stones and various accessories, and also dresses and other gifts, and of course worthy men. After that, the assistant said that he thought she would not run away from him. Therefore, he asked the Duke not to worry. Noah explained that he himself knew this, but he asked not to give banal answers. After all, in any case, the mansion is surrounded by forest and mountains. It's a 2-hour drive from the city. Therefore, it is impossible to escape in any case. However, the man wanted her not to even think about escaping. Then the assistant suggested that he constantly give the girl something that she might like, and visit her every day. Women love caring men. And even a flower from the side of the road will be received with joy if you give it from the bottom of your heart. The Duke liked this idea. He told Vincent to go and buy everything that Diana might like. This request greatly surprised his assistant. After this, the young man added that flowers would also be needed. However, this will not be easy until spring. But he was sure that the servant could handle this too. Vincent wondered how this could be dealt with. To this, the Duke replied that this could be done as in the stories about his merits. Taking a warm bath, the girl thought about what was happening. Noah said he was telling her about something, but she seemed to be already asleep at that time. That day turned out to be very difficult indeed. Suddenly, a maid approached the lady and began to examine her back in surprise. A little later, she asked what kind of wound the girl had on her back. Miss herself did not know the answer to this question. The maid explained that she had a butterfly-shaped scar on her back, and she added that he had been there since their first meeting. Diana began to wonder if this was described in the book. After all, such emblems could mean that their owner was a runaway slave or a person of unknown origin. But she herself did not know the answer to this question. After taking a bath, the girl, as always, put on a robe and sat down on the sofa. At this moment, the brunette felt unprecedented relaxation and pleasure. A little later, she saw something unusual in her room. She turned her head to take a closer look. In the room were a maid, the Duke's assistant, and many unknown boxes. Vincent said that there was everything that Mrs. Diana might like, but the lady asked what it all meant. The man explained that these were gifts from Mr. Duke, and he asked if she liked these things. The girl replied that she would have nowhere to wear this dress, and there weren't even mirrors in the room. The assistant asked the girl not to worry about the mirror because it would soon be brought, and he explained that this room was intended for storing military trophies and art objects. The lady decided to joke, saying that she would dress up like a trophy of war to add to their number. But the assistant asked why she was skeptical. After all, hostages usually do not live in such luxurious conditions. He also said that he would inform Mr. Duke that she was dissatisfied. The girl agreed with this. After all, she believed that Noah would throw her out of here anyway as soon as he lost interest in her. That's why she didn't care what they told him. Diana believed that he was having fun, giving her meaningless hope. After all, there was something similar in the original book. She considered such selfishness and self-will to be characteristic of the rich. The lady lay down on her bed. By that time, evening was already approaching. A little later, she heard a knock on the door. After this, the miss invited the guest to enter the room. The Duke asked if Diana was sleeping again, and I decided to double-check to see if she was sick. The man put his hand on the girl's forehead to make sure she didn't have a fever, but the lady removed his hand and asked why he had come. The young man wanted to know why Diana was sad, and he assumed that it was because she had nowhere to go in such beautiful outfits. But the brunette did not agree with this. However, the man said that they told him that this was allegedly reflected on her face. The girl objected, saying that she had had this expression for a long time. The man decided to sympathize with her and called her poor. After that, she said that she recognized his words as true. The Duke added that he came here with one goal in mind. He wanted to invite her to go with him in the dress he gave her. The girl said that she would be very happy about this. However, today she was not ready to go out. After all, her hair was too disheveled. But the man said that the maid would help her clean up, and he promised to wait for her outside. He also said that when the girl is ready, she can go downstairs. Diana had no choice but to agree to these conditions. For a homebody like her, going out usually meant a lot of stress. The lady believed that the man understood this, so he decided to mock her. She got the impression that she was going on a date. Molly entered the room and she looked at her carefully. After this, the maid noticed that the girl did not have her ears pierced. Although it was quite strange, it was easy to fix. The maid explained that large earrings would be heavy for the brunette. Therefore, I suggested stopping at small ones. Plus, they will look good too. Molly noted that these jewelry suited the girl very much. After Diana was prepared to leave, she went down to the Duke. He greeted her with the phrase that Miss looks beautiful, and he added that his princess would be beautiful in any clothes. When leaving, the girl put on a donated black dress with an elegant cape. She was also wearing a black hat with large brims and dark feathers. The lady didn't believe that she really looked gorgeous. That's why she said that he didn't see her in anything other than white pajamas. However, the Duke continued that pajamas can be different. For example, they can be with lace, with buttons, and differ in fabric. Diana understood that Noah was a very considerate person. The interlocutors approached the car, and the man opened the door for the lady. After that, he invited her to pass. Vincent was driving. This man also looked strange. Miss thought he was working overtime. The Duke also got into the car and said that this would be their first date. The girl sat, not knowing what to think. After all, it really looked like a date between the most ordinary lovers. Meanwhile, Selena was worried that the lieutenant colonel would not go in search of her sister. She also reminded her that he said he would do it for her own good. The girl followed the guy with her eyes, and she said in a whisper that under no circumstances should he die. A little later, her father returned home. The lady went to meet him. She opened the door wide and called her father. He looked at her and asked what was wrong with her daughter. Miss ran up to him and threw herself into his arms. And then she whispered that Lieutenant Colonel Gronendal was going on a rescue operation. And she begged her father to do everything to stop him. He agreed. And he said that he would immediately convey this order to the commander. After all, the admiral also did not want the lieutenant colonel to be injured. The girl was very happy about this. Hugging his daughter more and more tightly, the man asked her not to worry about it. A little later, the lady asked what Mr. Prime Minister would say about this. Jeffrey's behavior seemed unheard of. After all, it was rare to see such a thing, for a person from high society to go to enemy territory. Although there will be any number of volunteers for such a dangerous task, including from among distant heirs who want to earn the title. The admiral thought that this might be the guy's motive. After all, since he was not the eldest son, he may have wanted to strengthen his position in this way. The man said his father didn't care much about his children. However, the injury or death of the lieutenant colonel would be a direct detriment to all of them. Therefore, he promised his daughter to figure out how to stop him. It was hard for him to see his daughter sad. Selena was very glad that her father agreed to fulfill her request. After this, the admiral left the room. He got into the car and began to think about this whole situation. He knew that people around were discussing a recently written article. In it, Diana was called a poor girl. They also said that she became a victim for the sake of their country. It was also discussed that the Duke of Frogan was a very cruel man. They called him crazy. Some even suggested that he brutally tortured Miss Clare. And people wondered if the Admiral was going to do anything in such a situation. And they called him a useless father. But what kind of admiral he was even less known to people. They also discussed the fact that Diana's savior would certainly become a hero of the country. The Admiral went to a meeting at which the issue regarding his daughter was discussed. The Lieutenant Colonel's father stated that his son was not going to change his decision, and he wanted to let him complete his plan. Meanwhile, Diana was in the car with the Duke on her way to her first date. All this was very unexpected for her. The man asked if she was happy about this. The girl replied that she was very happy about this. After all, she will go on a date for the first time while she is in the role of the heroine Diana. The young man turned his head to the lady and whispered in a low voice in her ear, asking if her expression meant that she was expressing joy. Unexpectedly, the girl exclaimed joyfully, uttering words of agreement. She also added that she was in anticipation and her heart was about to jump out. The man noticed surprise in these words. The Duke turned to Vincent and asked what they usually do on a date. After all, he had no idea about this. The driver replied that he had been on a date for a very long time, so he didn't even remember. Noah called him a liar. After all, he believed that he definitely should have told him something. That's why I asked him to remember. The night city in its beauty was an ocean of lights scattered throughout the streets and hidden corners. A tall tower standing on the horizon looked out above all this sea of light, like a star. Everything around was illuminated by the soft lights of the lanterns. The lighting created a play of shadows and light, adding notes of mystery to the romantic atmosphere. The Duke and Princess got out of the car and began to look around. The man told the driver that he could return. Then they will have a date. Vincent wished them luck. The Duke and the girl emerged from their secluded castle in the heart of the city to feel the pulse of its life. In the evening, the streets were filled with noise and movement. Crowds of people hurried in different directions. Cars made their way through city traffic jams. Lantern lights blinked on the facades of buildings. Noah and Diana stood at the crossroads, watching all this fuss. For them, accustomed to the peace and quiet of the castle, the bustle of the city was a peculiar spectacle. They looked in amazement at the rapidly changing images and faces of passers-by. Everything around them seemed so different and dynamic in comparison with their everyday life. For them, the city was like a book, full of unpredictable turns and colorful characters. The girl asked if there was any holiday that day. He replied that today there would be fireworks in honor of the 30th anniversary of the accession of the Frogan emperors to the throne. This was an annual event. He also said that Diana might be difficult to see due to her short stature. Therefore, he invited her to sit on his shoulders. But the lady refused. It seemed indecent to her to agree to such a proposal. In addition, fireworks are usually visible from different places in the city. Diana and Noah stood in a secluded spot with a magnificent view of the night sky. They knew that they would set off a magnificent fireworks display, so they could not miss the opportunity to enjoy this spectacle. When the first lights flashed in the sky, it was indescribably beautiful. Sparks flickered in the darkness. Multicolored rockets flew up, leaving behind bright trails on the black background of the night sky. The loud sounds of explosions mixed with the rustle of the distant wind, creating an atmosphere of celebration and celebration. Diana and Noah stood, not looking up from this show. They watched as each rocket blossomed into vibrant colors, as if creating pictures on a celestial canvas. Every moment was unique and inimitable, and they were completely immersed in this magical spectacle. Their glances crossed sometimes, and they smiled at each other, feeling ownership and joy from this time spent together. The fireworks became a beautiful show in the sky for them. Each time the last rocket faded into the sky, they remained for a moment in silence. The Duke asked the girl if she had seen fireworks before. She agreed and asked the same thing from her interlocutor. The man explained that he was not particularly interested. Apparently this happened because Noah saw too much on the battlefield. Diana was surprised that the young man had a high title, but he said that he allegedly often visited the battlefields, and I thought that perhaps it was because of this that he had such a perverted character. Miss suggested that it must have been scary and difficult there. The man was surprised to notice that the lady expressed concern about him. Diana looked at him carefully with an appraising gaze. And I thought that this man was cute, as always. But she didn't answer his question. She simply asked where they would go next. The young man suggested heading to his home. The brunette decided to find out if the Duke had another house. He replied that he had a castle, mansions, and villas. This made the girl call her interlocutor a rich man. The man said that it was. In addition, he was even able to get himself a princess. The lady remembered that she had to pretend to love him. And then she added that then they would get married, and she could spend his money on whatever she wanted. The young man looked at the girl in surprise and confusion. His gaze reflected new feelings and emotions that he had not expressed before. This made Diana feel uneasy. The Duke had said similar things before, too. Now he had a strange and sluggish reaction to her words. After an awkward pause, the man asked if she really wanted to marry him. Diana replied that since he was a rich man, she would gladly agree to this. After all, then he will be able to eat meat every day. And she called such a life a dream. She also added that she was very greedy for such things. The guy again looked thoughtfully to the side, and after that he said that now he could become the husband of his princess. Diana called it a good joke, but the Duke's reaction showed that it was not a joke at all. After all, he said that tomorrow they would go to the Lord Archbishop and conclude their marriage. Only then did the girl realize that she had completely forgotten that this crazy man did not understand jokes at all. The Duke noted that proposing right after the fireworks was a very romantic thing to do. Diana began to realize that at this rate they could really get married. Therefore, I asked the man to wait a little. She explained that they would still get married, just not tomorrow. However, he promised that if the girl marries him, he will buy her a steak every day, and any clothes she wants. The hero considered himself a very influential person, misunderstood that everything was happening too quickly, and I thought that this person could not behave differently while they were just dating. However, she imagined that after the wedding he would show his cruel nature and even begin to beat her. And for sure, he will say that he never said that he would leave her alive. This could well have been expected, given his behavior earlier. Besides, the Duke could understand that she didn't really love him. After all, this seemed impossible. When the girl read this novel, when this hero appeared, of course, she wanted him to become hers. But as the story progressed, I realized something. The hero actually pretended to give in to Celine's persuasion in order to destroy her. And I remembered his phrases that he had never seen someone more terrible than her. And even Secretary Vincent was much more handsome. These phrases made the blonde constantly cry. After all, she was not used to someone treating her this way in life. And this act of the man repulsed all her passion for him. The girl understood that Noah was very handsome, but he was also very dangerous. Diana was afraid that when he got bored he might also become very cruel, and it confused her. After all, his behavior was unpredictable and his phrases were vague. The girl understood that she had to be careful not to end up in Celine's place. Suddenly, the man took out a yellow flower and brought it to Diana's face. This surprised her. The hero said that this was a gift for the girl, and then he said that he knew that he should have picked it up from the road or something like that. But these flowers were nowhere to be found, so he had to buy it. The girl was very surprised by this phrase, because she could not understand why the man was thinking like that, and she couldn't understand what it all meant. After this, the young man asked if the princess knew that the yellow daffodils spoke about love, but the brunette simply silently looked at the flower, now holding it in her hands. A little later she began to talk about what she was thinking about these flowers, but the Duke did not let her finish the sentence. Having interrupted the girl, he suggested removing the flower from here, and he put it in the lady's hair. After that, he called Diana cute. Miss stood embarrassed on the busy street, not knowing how to behave. She was tormented by the thought that it would be a pity if all this turned out to be just a game. After all, she was beginning to like this care. And then Noah took out a few more yellow flowers and gave them to the brunette. She thanked him, but the girl didn't say any more words. There were no emotions on her face because she was deep in thought. The man noticed this. They moved on, walking at a slow pace. After that, he again gave the lady flowers so that she could barely hold them all in her hands. The young man asked why the princess no longer smiled, but she replied that she had smiled before. However, the Duke said that he meant the girl's sincere smile. Diana was still tormented by thoughts of what it all could mean, so she simply replied that she had trouble expressing her emotions. But now she really was happy. The man replied that he was glad to hear this, and then he offered to return. After all, he wanted his princess to be able to rest before the ceremony. Such assertiveness frightened Diana a little. She asked if they should have gotten to know each other better. But the Duke replied that he thought they would make a great couple. And I asked the girl's opinion on this matter. The lady began to explain that he, of course, treated her well, but she was a hostage, and they barely knew each other. In addition, other circumstances could arise that interfere with their happiness, but the Duke promised to achieve citizenship for Diana. The man's answers amazed and surprised the girl more and more. It seemed strange to her that he thought it was supposedly a matter of citizenship, although she understood that it was better for her to stay here now than to be with the killer in Belford. The lady thanked Noah, but added that they should still postpone the wedding. The young man suggested that Diana was probably already tired of walking, so he offered to take his hand. Miss thought that he simply decided to change the subject. Besides, her hands were full of flowers. The young man's behavior seemed strange, but at the same time he was caring, and he even adjusted to her small steps. Diana asked where his house was, and he replied that it was 5 minutes from here. The girl's heart could not calm down again. The evening was drawing to a close. The walking couple got into the car, and after a while they were already near the Duke's house. It was a large mansion with many servants. When Rothschild's car arrived at the house, all the servants came out to meet him. The butler stood in front of everyone. He was glad to greet Sir. Noah first decided to introduce everyone to his bride. These words frightened Diana very much, because she saw these people for the first time. But this house turned out to be no less than the one in which she lived. The butler said that he understood what the Duke asked of him, and he promised to prepare a room for them. But the lady began to say that he didn't take it that way. The man turned to her and asked her not to be shy, and he suggested just taking a break from a hard day. The lady looked at him in fear and said that they barely knew each other. But the Duke didn't think so. He also mentioned that they had already kissed and declared their love for each other, and they even thought about marriage. This not to mention the moment when she jumped on top of him. Hearing these words, Diana quickly tried to cover his mouth with her hand. After all, she didn't want him to say phrases that would compromise her. The servants were, of course, surprised by what they learned. They realized that the couple had a really difficult relationship. A little later, Diana removed her hand and asked why the Duke liked to embarrass her. He, laughing, replied that at such moments she looked very cute. After that, he began to run his fingers over her hand and invited them to go inside. The girl had no choice but to agree. The Duke led Diana into a room where she could rest, and after that he closed the door, saying that they would see each other tomorrow. The frightened brunette sat down on a chair and continued to hold a huge bouquet of yellow flowers in her hands. The lady realized that the man was too close, and they would probably end up in the same bed. But fortunately, she stopped him. Her look was very confused at that moment. Diana did not know what would happen next. The unknown scared her. Miss looked at these flowers and thought where she could hide them. All sorts of thoughts came into her head that worried her. But still, Miss was glad that she would be alone tonight. The brunette was very tired this day. However, I decided not to bother myself with these questions. After all, it's time to take a shower. After the water procedure, the girl sat in a white robe and with a towel in her hands. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door. Diana asked who was there and invited the guest to enter. And then she added that she said that she supposedly did not need an accompanying person. The Duke entered the room. His footsteps were heard in the silence that filled the room. The lady asked if he didn't say that they would see each other tomorrow, and the man said that everything was correct. After all, it was already midnight. The girl was drying herself with a towel, but the young man noticed that she could catch a cold this way. Therefore, he asked permission to help her. He took this towel. Diana, looking at him, said that she thought he would come only in the morning. The Duke asked her not to worry, because in the morning they would meet again in this room. If another person had said this, the girl would have understood his intentions. But with Rothschild, it was more and more difficult. The lady asked if he was going to sleep in her room. He replied that he did not say that, but if Miss wanted it that way, he invited her to sit closer to him. The brunette was ready for this, and I realized that it was time to diffuse the situation. Diana asked how an unmarried couple could share the same bed. The man continued to look at her, but now smiling slightly, and he said that tomorrow they just wanted to fix it. The girl suggested that they go on more dates. The kidnapper asked why they couldn't live in the same room while they were dating, and he added that he had no intention of doing anything. And then he decided to find out whether Diana believed him. But she said she was just being conservative. The man did not see the connection between this situation and her words. He said he would just stay here until she fell asleep. The girl agreed, and then she lay down on the bed, covered herself with a blanket, and closed her eyes. Noah was sitting next to her bed in a rocking chair. There was a tense silence. Diana continued to lie on the bed without moving, and the young man looked at her. After some time, the brunette asked how she should fall asleep, and after that she asked whether the Duke was offended by her. He replied that it was so. After all, she herself proposed to him and then she tore it up. But the lady replied that this was not so. I just had to wait a little. After that, she asked why he put her in a bad light. The man explained that it hurt his feelings. Such an answer was not expected for the girl, because he had not been frank with her before. The Duke sat closer to the bed and placed his head on the lady's lap. At that moment, for some reason, she felt sorry for him. He seemed defenseless in front of her, as if he needed Diana like he needed air. Miss began to stroke his hair with her hand, and Sir said that he felt he didn't need her. The lady replied that it was not so. Afterwards, he asked why she acted as if she was fine without him, and he reminded that Diana said she allegedly loved him. The brunette looked at him with pitiful eyes and asked if the Duke liked him. He smiled and agreed. He also explained that this is why he does not want the princess to die, and he asked not to leave him alone. When Diana heard such words from him, her soul immediately became light, but she didn't know if his feelings were true, or it was an obsession. This uncertainty made her heart beat faster, and the lady whispered that she would not leave him anywhere. The man stayed in her room a little longer, but when Miss pretended to fall asleep, he left. Finally, Miss could be alone. The girl understood that if she kept her cool, then it wouldn't hurt so much later. She really didn't want to feel that pain again. That's why I always preferred to be alone. Although it might seem selfish, it helped her survive. Morning has come. Having woken up, the lady began to prepare for breakfast. The Duke was also present at the breakfast. The first thing he told her was that he had received her citizenship certificate. Miss was surprised how quickly he did it. The lady took the documents in her hands and asked why they were issued in the name of Diana Farnese. The man explained that the girl should not have continued to use the Admiral's last name. Today was her birthday. The brunette wondered if her interlocutor knew about this. For no apparent reason, he uttered a phrase that surprised the girl. He said that the alpha hound told the black hound about this, and that you can visit the territory of wolves. The lady looked at him with wide eyes, and she clarified whether it was a children's fairy tale. Sir agreed and said that this was a fairy tale from a newspaper. He was going to read it to his girlfriend before bed. She was surprised that the Duke read children's stories about dogs. She was very surprised by this, and she replied that it was very tempting. After all, she said that she loved dogs. And then she asked again when they would return back. The man explained that they would have to stay here for a while, and all because Diana had never been to the ball. Besides, it was necessary to celebrate her coming of age. The lady was surprised how he knew about this, but the young man explained that he knew everything. This answer seemed quite expected. The brunette realized that there was no need to ask such a thing. Afterwards, the Duke added that at the ball, debutantes find their own partner. Therefore, he will not interfere with her in this. The girl said that she was not ready for the ball because she did not bring any dresses with her. Noah explained that they could easily be purchased. In the afternoon, the lady and her maids went to the store to buy dresses, and when she tried on one of them, her assistants began to praise her beauty. After this, they were asked to try on the next dress, but the girl said that one was enough for her. However, they were against it. The women said that the Duke would be angry with them, angry if he finds out that they did not spend all the money allocated for purchases. One of the maids brought women's underwear and asked Diana how about this. Another supported her in this, and she said that this color would suit the girl. But the lady herself was against such a purchase. She wanted to finish the fitting quickly. After some time, it was all over. Miss, being tired, sat down on the sofa to get some rest. After all, later she had another task ahead of her. She was supposed to meet with Elizabeth Maury. This woman was supposed to teach her the art of ballroom dancing. Diana understood that Noah really hadn't missed anything. At the first lesson, the girl was a little tired. Therefore, in the end, I was glad of its end. Finally, she could return to her room, where her soft, large bed was. This is where you can relax to your heart's content and enjoy the silence. Miss sat down in the rocking chair and closed her eyes. But almost immediately I heard a knock on the door. It felt like someone was trying to break into her peaceful, quiet, and new world, without her knowledge. But he did it very carefully. Diana could not imagine that another person could be a part of her life, but I didn't want it to develop into something more. The lady had to get up and open the door to the knocker. It was the maid who immediately greeted the girl. She also said that she came to make her bed. After that, the woman whispered in Mrs. Ear that she had brought something interesting for Diana. In her hands she held the same underwear from the store. In the brunette's eyes, this was very tactless. The maid said that the clothing store gave her a gift. She managed to sneak it in. The lady stood there, not knowing how to react to this. But then I decided to grab this underwear and crumple it into a ball. At the same time, she said that it was obscene. It was strange for the assistant to see such embarrassment of the girl. Suddenly, the voice of another person was heard in the room, who asked what the conversation was about. This really scared Diana. The maid, laughing, told the sir that she would probably go. The brunette continued to hold the ball in her hands, not knowing what to do with it. The Duke, pointing his finger at him, asked what it was. There were already only the two of them in the room, so the lady replied that it was just a rag. But the man snatched it from Diana's hands and asked what was so obscene about it. After that, he opened the ball and saw this set of underwear. It was also a surprise for the Duke to see this. He uttered the phrase, "Here's a rag." The girl blushed all over at that moment. She tried to take this thing away, but the man raised the hand in which he was holding it upward. Even while jumping, Diana could not reach her. The Duke, smiling, asked if she really wanted to seduce him in this outfit, but the girl explained that she still wouldn't wear it. And after that, I decided to tell where this outfit even came from. The man began to listen attentively. The lady decided to tell him that the store had given it as a gift, and the maid had smuggled it in. Diana was determined to tell him the whole truth, but in the end she said that it was simply not her thing. Out of embarrassment, she could not say anything else, and I considered it a failure. But the man asked her not to worry, and he said that he would buy her something nicer for their honeymoon. However, he will choose clothes to his taste. And the girl, as always, asked not to rush into this. Noah asked how her dance lesson went. Diana replied that everything was fine. Since she learns quickly, it is quite possible that she just needs to watch a couple more times and that's it. The Duke said that his princess was very smart, but he asked not to dance with other men. After all, this is not why he agreed on classes. The lady thought that he meant that she could only dance with him. But she said that in this case she would dance with the girls. However, the man did not allow them either. Diana asked who she could dance with then. The man replied that the princess would find out tomorrow at the ball, and then he suggested listening to the rest of the story from the newspaper. Miss suggested doing this next time. After all, she didn't see that newspaper the man had with him. But he was ready to tell without the newspaper. Noah retold it as accurately as if she had read the story. The story was about how a black dog protected a girl from an evil wolf. He promised to tell the rest of the story next time. And after that, he suggested that Diana rest, and don't sit too long reading all sorts of debauchery. Miss replied that she didn't bring anything with her. As he left, the man promised to buy her one later. And wishing sweet dreams, he closed the door behind him. But the girl didn't need to buy anything like that. At least she didn't want it. However, she understood that the man would probably have brought her the entire bookshelf. The Duke began to seem very nice to her. Suddenly, she stopped these thoughts and chose not to think about it anymore. This was the only person with whom Miss constantly communicated, and he was also very kind. Therefore, Diana justified her feelings for him, considering them natural, and she thought that this man was not special. In such thoughts, the girl fell asleep. In the morning, the maid began to wake her up. She addressed her as Miss Farnese. The maid called on her to wake up and sing. Diana found it rather strange to address her this way. The lady later remembered that Farnese was her new surname. Rubbing her eyes, the miss asked why there was such a rush. After all, the brunette believed that the ball should begin only in the evening. But the maid did not agree with her. This woman's name was Rosie. She was the maid and the main culprit behind yesterday's incident. The assistant said that the girl still needed to do makeup, style her hair, and go to a dress fitting. But Diana woke up already tired. The maid woke her up saying it was time to get up. However, the girl did not want this. The maid said that she was informed that Miss allegedly preferred to take a bath alone, and I thought it was because the lady was embarrassed to undress in front of others. It was strange for Diana to hear such words. After all, she didn't say that. The brunette thought that Noah might have said this out of jealousy. Molly used to always help her wash. The assistant said that they would begin preparations for the ball immediately after she took a bath. The lady thanked her and asked to call her simply Diana. The maid said that she would do so from now on. It seemed strange to the girl that the Duke was jealous of Molly. After taking a bath, the maids began to prepare the princess for the ball. They applied powder to her, painted her lips, but tried to do it so that the makeup was not too dark. And then they tightened the corset onto the brunette's dress. When they dressed her and prepared her to leave, Vincent entered the room. He told Diana that she looked beautiful, and they hoped that the Duke would be delighted. After that, the lady went downstairs. She was dressed in a black dress and seemed the personification of grace and elegance. Her image was like something out of a fairy tale. The dress hugged her figure, emphasizing the curves of her body, and the eyes were emphasized with subtle makeup, and they shone with deep sparks of admiration. The lady's smile was hidden and slightly mysterious. Diana was like a living image from the art that the Duke loved so much. When we met, he said that the girl looked very beautiful, but she didn't expect anything else. But she added that he also looked great. The man expressed the opinion that Diana fell head over heels in love with him. She sheepishly agreed. And then she came closer to him and took his hand. The night near the Duke's estate was framed by mysterious moon rays that gently illuminated the surroundings. The new moon shrouded everything around in a dark veil, making the shadows even deeper and more mysterious. The Duke's estate, towering against the sky, shimmered in lights like a castle from a fairy tale. Noah's car stood at the entrance to the house, its headlights slightly illuminating the sidewalk and gate doors. The man led the girl to the car, offering her his hand with polite and confident grace. He opened the car door for her, carefully helped her sit down, and then took his place behind the wheel. Diana smiled gratefully at the Duke, sincerely acknowledging his attention and care. But when we arrived at our destination and got out of the car, the miss said that it was quite cold here, and she was worried whether her companion was frozen. Although she was dressed warmly, the weather made itself felt. Hearing these words, Noah picked up the princess in his arms. She asked what he was doing, but the man replied that he was also cold. But as soon as he lifted the girl, it immediately became warmer. After that, he began to carry her in his arms. The lady asked if he could behave this way with such a position in society. The young man replied that Diana was older than him in rank, so everything was fine. The girl insisted that he lower her to the ground. He obediently complied with the request. Next, the brunette noticed that her companion's hair was disheveled while he was carrying her, and I decided to correct them. The man thanked her for such an act. After that, they headed into the room. Some stranger greeted the Duke and asked who this wonderful lady was, whom he had brought with him, and he said that this girl was very beautiful. Noah turned to him and rudely replied that it was none of his business. He said that he understood everything and wished the couple a good evening. Diana thought that her partner had decided to declare his feelings to the whole society. After that, they went into the hall, where the man did not leave the girl. The guests were delighted with the beauty of this lady. Many also noted that they had never seen her before. The young man said that they were already engaged, but this princess wanted to go on more dates. One of the women asked which kingdom this princess was from, and she would like to express her assumptions based on Mrs. hairstyle and appearance, but she was interrupted. Diana said that princess was just a nickname for her. She was surprised because she didn't know that Sir could be so romantic. Others asked if this was her official appearance in society. They considered the first dance with the Duke magical. Suddenly, a lady with long black hair approached the interlocutors. Turning to Noah, she said that she had not seen him for a long time. He answered in a cold voice that there is such a thing. Diana noted that although she called him by name, it seemed the man was not happy to see her. This lady heard that the Duke was engaged, and she said that in Progen you can rarely meet people with hair the color of a raven's wing. The man agreed with these words but invited Diana to go further. However, this madam asked him to wait, and she looked at his companion with evil eyes. After that, she asked for forgiveness for not introducing herself right away. This girl said her name was Arita Spencer Grace, and she called herself Princess Medea. She is from the Kingdom of Median. Diana also introduced herself, giving her first and last name. After this, a lady approached and asked for the opportunity to discuss something with the lady. Miss told the Duke that she would go out for some fresh air. He agreed but asked that it not be long. After all, it was cold outside. Diana went out onto the balcony. where a new acquaintance was already waiting for her. She was surprised when the girl finally came in, and she said that she asked to meet because she was very worried about her. The brunette decided to find out what she meant. The lady began to say that Noah did not have a drop of sincerity. His only goal was to entertain himself. She also offered to tell her story. Arita explained that their customs dictated that one should not marry someone who did not have Median blood. The Duke constantly talked about marriage and hinted to her to renounce her right to the throne. Then she was ready to do anything for their relationship, but then he abruptly cut off all ties with her. Their relationship was just a game for him. The lady said that this man was allegedly incapable of love. He was only pretending to be so kind. In fact, feelings meant nothing to him. Diana stated that she lost her parents when she was 12. The interlocutor expressed sympathy for her. The girl then continued, explaining that everyone she knew was at each other's throats, trying to claim what she had left. Arita said it was very terrible. Then the brunette continued, explaining that when you try to put pressure on a person with a difficult past, it becomes very easy to deceive him. The princess did not understand what she was talking about. Miss explained that she meant that she was not easily fooled. Therefore, the girl did not need to worry about her. After this, the lady asked her interlocutor's permission to leave, but she didn't let her go. Arita said that Diana was the daughter of that admiral from Belford who was taken hostage. She was surprised how other people knew about this. The princess said that the interlocutor was a girl who was neglected even by her own family. Therefore, she imagined how funny it was to first gain her trust and then throw her out. And she continued, saying that the Duke had found himself a good toy. And she added that she knows that this is all just a game. After all, in the opinion of the interlocutor, there was nothing special about Diana. But there was nothing special about Arita either. After that, the Duke entered the balcony. He asked the princess if she had gotten enough air, and taking her hand, he said that it was already very cold. His old friend looked at this with a smile, and then she asked the Duke a question when he plans to throw Diana out. After all, she said that they all knew that it was only a matter of time. The man asked his lady to come inside, calling the girl a princess, and he explained that it was too cold on the balcony. Arita was very outraged that Noah called his new acquaintance that way. But he once again invited the brunette to go inside. After all, the person nearby began to irritate him. The lady was outraged that they began to ignore her. The Duke turned to her and said that he did not remember her name, but she considered it an indecent joke. And then she called the man a scumbag. He made a reprimand for such words, and Diana was worried whether he was okay. Arita promised to tell the queen everything. Noah replied that he would look forward to it, and he offered to do it right now. These words angered the girl and she began to insult him. After that, the young man and the brunette left the balcony and went into the hall. Later, Noah asked her princess to dance, and she said that she would gladly accept this offer. However, the girl was embarrassed that everyone could see that she would step on his foot. But the man replied that in that case he would also step on her foot in response, and then everyone would think that it was he who could not dance, and not the miss. The lady promised to try her best, but one question still tormented her. Diana asked if it was true that the Duke had previously met with that princess, but he denied it. I said that he had different standards which the girl knew about. However, she said that she received a marriage proposal from him, and she even wanted to renounce her rights to the throne. It seemed strange to Diana that according to Arita, everything was the other way around. Noah said that he wanted the princess to dance only with him that evening, and I wanted to become the only ones for each other. The lady agreed. The following events took place at Admiral Claire's estate. Arriving home, Selina asked if her father was at home. The maid replied that he was in his office. The blonde, who had an angelic appearance, at that moment politely thanked the assistant and said that she would go to him. And the women whispered among themselves. They said that they had never met anyone kinder in the world than this girl. And the maid Bella called her very beautiful and kind, and she considered her an angel in the flesh. The girl walked along the corridor to her father's office, thinking about the upcoming conversation with him. She remembered how the lieutenant colonel promised to return her sister for Christmas. The blonde understood that the larger the shadow, the brighter the ray of light casting it. So Diana became her shadow. However, now everything seems to have changed places. Selina recalled how she confessed to the lieutenant that she was in love with him, and it's been like this since school. Therefore, she explained that he could not just sacrifice himself. However, the guy asked if Diana was not her beloved sister. The blonde thought that he acted this way only because of this, but she could not understand the true motives of his actions, and she wanted to know if he really did it for her own sake, and also why he even told her about all this. After all, this was probably confidential information. The girl really hoped that the colonel was actually trying to solve the case for her sake. Therefore, upon entering her father's office, she immediately turned to her father. He was talking to someone and saying that if this doesn't happen, he will have to help him. And then, seeing his daughter, he interrupted the conversation, turning further to the blonde. The girl told him that she had recently spoken with the lieutenant, and he, it seems, tried to get the title of Duke for her sake. The admiral thought these words were worth pondering. Selena continued and said that this is why he wants to save her beloved sister. She also said that she knew why her father rejected every proposal in her direction. He did this because he wanted a happy marriage for her. After all, she would not be happy with someone she did not love. The father said that everything was correct and asked his daughter what she wanted. The lady replied that she wanted her dear sister Diana to return home safe and sound. After some time, another celebration was organized. There, Diana was congratulated on her coming of age. Many noted that she looked beautiful again. The girl asked the man why only soldiers were there, and he replied that if they start pestering, they can take them to Marshall. The lady understood that today this ceremony was for her. They were also congratulated on their engagement. The day before was Christmas Eve. The weather was great then. The road was covered with snow. Many people went out for a walk in the air. Diana and the others were making a snowman. 2 balls had already been prepared for him. The last one remained, which was to become the head. And Miss took care of him, but she did it rather slowly. Therefore, the Duke noted that the snowman would be disproportionate. After all, the head will be too small. To this, the girl replied that the man could help her. After all, building a snowman was his idea. Noah replied that a gentleman's clothes should always remain clean. One of the warriors approached the brunette and took the 3rd ball to finish it himself. The Duke gave her the eyes and nose for the snowman, and he called this the most important part. Diana didn't understand why she was the only one doing this. The young man pulled her up so she could insert the carrot and eyes. However, he noted that this was done crookedly. But it didn't matter to the lady, and he wanted the snowman to look like her. The brunette was surprised by this phrase. After all, she didn't want to be like this giant snow monster. After that, Noah said that he would do whatever she asked, and he offered to tell him what she would like to do. Perhaps it was something that Miss had long dreamed of, but had not yet done. This question seemed strange and inappropriate to the girl. She said that she was satisfied with an ordinary life, like all other people. The man asked what that meant. And did Diana mean marriage and having children? He also added that he was happy with it. After all, they had talked about this before. So he said they should have had an engagement party. And this can be done tomorrow. In addition, there will be an opportunity to celebrate her coming of age. This place was colder than one could imagine, and it was impossible to run away and start all over again. A huge pink cake was prepared at the party. They began to cut it in order to treat those present. At that moment, the lady already understood everything. However, I still didn't want to run away from here. The party was supposed to start after a short break. The Duke whispered in the girl's ear, inviting her to leave. After all, there were a lot of people in the building. She agreed. That's why she couldn't turn down the sudden proposal for an engagement party. They went out with the man onto the street and sat down together on a bench. He said that he wanted to say something. The lady caught herself thinking that it would be just in time for Christmas, and it seemed sweet to her eyes. However, later she decided to put all these thoughts aside, and she asked what they wanted to talk to her about. The Duke asked if he could hug Diana. The girl looked at him with a surprised look. They had never behaved like this before. The man sat closer to her and gently hugged her shoulders. It was very warm and cozy around him. The lady understood that he was not just a stranger to her. She found these hugs sweet. Noah said he was very proud of the girl. Still, she had to go through a lot. Listening to this, she hugged him too. After this, the Duke said that now everything will be fine with them, and he asked if Miss agreed with this. The girl agreed and said that it was not even worth asking about it. He decided to find out whether he needed to ask permission for the kiss. Then Diana understood what he wanted to talk about. But she asked a counter-question. How could a man say such things to her? The frosty air stung my cheeks and snowflakes danced around. They created a magical atmosphere around the lovers. The guy, sitting on a snow-covered bench, did not take his eyes off the girl sitting next to him. Her eyes, the color of a clear winter sky, reflected the reflections of snow, and her lips beckoned with their warmth. Noah could not resist this enchanting attraction. Diana could not resist him either. She took the Duke's collar with her hands and began to press him to her. After that, she turned her head in his direction and began to look intently into his eyes. Slowly, as if afraid to frighten away the fragile moment, he turned his face towards her. His heart beat in his chest like a bird in a cage, and a wave of pleasant excitement ran through his body. The lady, sensing his approach, held her breath. There was languor and anticipation in her eyes, and so their lips almost touched. The distance between them decreased with each of his movements, but suddenly someone's footsteps were heard nearby. Vincent approached them, and he reported that Princess Arita fell on the stairs so that he was needed. The Duke continued to hug the girl, and asked if he looked like a doctor, but the assistant replied that she was bleeding. Everyone tried to help, but she said that she would only let him come to her. However, the man replied that he didn't care. He was not ready to come even if she died. But Diana looked at him and said that it was still worth approaching. The young man found it strange that she was sending him to another woman. But the lady wanted the princess to hear these words from him personally. Otherwise, these antics will continue. The Duke agreed with her. Miss said she'll wait here for everything, after which he got up and walked away. After taking a few steps, Noah turned to Diana and said that when he returned, they would continue where they left off. The girl began to look forward to his return. She looked after him, following him with her gaze. And then I felt a necklace on my neck that I hadn't put on myself. Miss thought he hung it when he hugged him. It was a necklace in the shape of a rose. The brunette regarded this as a gift for her coming of age, and the future kiss was also supposed to be a gift. Several minutes of waiting passed. After this, Diana heard music that began to play in the building, and I thought that the engagement party had already begun. Miss didn't know if she should go inside. This song seemed very familiar to her. She had heard it before in her world. It was a Chopin melody. It was strange that someone would choose to play such a sad song. This did not bode well. However, the girl hoped that this song could have a different meaning in this world. But it was not clear why the orchestra would perform it, although perhaps it was a sign. Later, the lady realized that this was not so, and then she began to run inside the building. She didn't understand why this happened. After all, this should not have happened to her again. The building was surrounded by people with weapons. The girl was surprised whether she was really doomed to die in this world. Suddenly, someone grabbed her hand. The lady turned her gaze to this man, thinking that Noah had already returned. However, it was not him. Lieutenant Colonel Jeffrey stood next to Diana. He turned to the girl and said that he had finally found her, and he said that he was here to save her. The lieutenant colonel asked the lady to get up, because they had to leave before the soldiers arrived. It seemed that Miss was too rudely reminded that her life was under the control of the author, although she managed to successfully change the details of the kidnapping. But everything worked towards ensuring that the main characters were together, despite the pain and suffering of the secondary characters. Diana hoped that it might all end if she didn't talk to him now. Miss was sure that Jeffrey would not want to get involved in a fight. The young man helped her put her coat on her shoulders, and he led me to the exit. However, death awaited her in Belford, although not immediately. But even if she was destined to slide into this bottomless abyss, she did not want to see Noah die. Therefore, Diana said that if they really came to save her, then they should recall their people now. Otherwise, everyone might die. The lieutenant colonel did not understand what the girl was talking about. She explained that the Duke was waiting for them, and inside were 100 of his soldiers. Now everything has become clear. The car was waiting for them in the backyard and they had to hurry. Reluctantly, Diana took steps towards her. However, I didn't want to leave at all. Leah wanted to stay, but she couldn't anymore. Circumstances were stronger than her. Miss had to get into the car with Jeffrey. Her gaze was unusually sad. After all, she understood that her heart would continue to remain there. The guy asked her to bend down. After all, they were passing by Projan soldiers. Turning around, Diana saw that someone was watching their car. It was Noah standing there. He saw everything, and he stood on the side of the road, watching the retreating car. His eyes, full of longing and sadness, reflected the rays of the setting sun. Noah didn't have time to see her off, and I wanted to run after the car, but I understood that it was unsafe. The car was racing faster and faster. The Duke looked at her, feeling like his heart was breaking into pieces. Diana left, leaving him alone with a broken heart and emptiness in his soul. He didn't know what would happen next, but he wanted to return everything. Sir knew he would never forget her. This girl burst into his life and turned everything upside down. He was fascinated by her beauty, intelligence, and kindness. They spent wonderful days together. But now it seemed all was over. The girl left, leaving him only memories. He clenched his fists, trying to find the strength to survive this pain. And his heart seemed to ache in pain and he wanted to scream. Diana would like to know how Noah felt when he told her how he felt, although Noah himself wanted to know if her feelings were true. The lady regretted this most of all. Miss laid her head on her knees and the colonel asked if she was okay. The girl knew that she would really miss all those moments, and this feeling of nostalgia was the best gift for her coming of age. The car moved further away, becoming almost invisible, and the Duke still stood and looked after it. Not believing his eyes, he hoped it was a dream. And it's not that adults don't cry. He just couldn't. Then the car turned the corner and now it was completely invisible. But the young man continued to stand and look after her. Suddenly a shot rang out. The warrior hit him in the hand. But he continued to stand motionless and look at where he last saw Diana. His soldiers ran up to him asking if he was okay. And he kept looking and looking after the car. Although she had not been seen for a long time, Noah had blood on his hand. Finally, the Duke reported that he was not well. After all, one military dog with hair the color of a raven's wing ran away with Diana. These people reported that it meant Diana had been captured. And then they began to wrap his wound. But he thought that she left voluntarily. The Duke's servant found this strange. They couldn't believe that the lady thought she could find someone better than the colonel. The man raised his head up and looked at the moon. A little later he noted her beauty, and he said that he had forgotten to wish Diana a happy birthday. The assistant asked why he put the girl down so easily. Noah explained that a sniper had been aiming at the car all this time. If the lady had gotten out of the car, she would have died immediately. After this, Vincent clarified whether the Duke believed that this was the work of the Admiral. After all, it would certainly be more profitable for him if his daughter remained alive. Noah said it didn't matter. After all, they would have shot her anyway. And all because the Admiral never acts alone. The assistant asked what exactly he meant. Belford essentially just lost to Rodin in World War II. Now they are up to their necks in negotiations. And if Rothschild dies, Progen will have leverage to demand a higher price. The attack on the colonel was unexpected. But with the order to kill Diana, the situation worsened. The Duke understood that the only person from Belford who sincerely wanted to save Diana was that same dog with the hair the color of a raven's wing. The man considered him a real egoist. And that's why I wanted to kill him. It seemed clear why they gave away their little lapdog. Belford wanted to hide the negotiations with Progen, and he didn't want to admit that he had been in his power all this time. Saving Diana was not the main mission this evening. She almost died today. And all because of the pride of Belford or the lieutenant colonel pretending to be a hero. The Duke would never have thought that the lady could return voluntarily. He thought his plan was perfect. He himself would have taken possession of it completely and hidden it from everyone. So now the man stood and wondered what his mistake was. Diana returned home, but she was not happy about it. On the very first day, she threw a jug of water at the maid and it broke. And after that, the girl asked the maid to drink it. The assistant asked what she meant. The lady repeated her request to take a jug of water and a glass with her. She also added that earlier the maid had brought her an old nightgown instead of a new one. Therefore, if she was incompetent, she could at least have been more prudent. Miss threatened that otherwise she would tell her father about everything so that he would fire her. Although Diana returned to the Admiral's house, everyone behaved strangely. This may have been due to public gossip and the lieutenant's watchful eye. After the threat, the maid apologized to the girl and collected the pieces. The lady promised herself that she would not die as a helpless second character in a world that echoed her main characters. And everything will change. The maid promised to bring another glass for Miss. Diana wanted to destroy the sense of justice in this book and teach everyone a lesson herself. As she left, the maid whispered insults to her mistress, and she said that she behaved as if she herself had never been a maid here. The lady took this as a compliment. After all, when you live in a crazy world long enough, you yourself begin to go crazy. After that, she asked the maid to return. So a week has passed since her return. Diana was able to adapt to her past life again. But the maid still ignored and humiliated her. It seemed as if everyone was conspiring among themselves. One day a girl was served spoiled soup, but she still ate it. The lady wondered how many more maids she would have to fire to change their attitude towards her. After lunch, the brunette looked unwell. Her sister was then next to her. Selina asked what happened to Diana, but she replied that apparently she shouldn't have had lunch. The blonde decided to double-check that she didn't have a fever, and asked what she ate, but the girl replied that she was given the same thing as everyone else. During this conversation between the girls, the admiral approached them. He asked his daughters what happened. Selina replied that apparently Diana was sick, and he invited her to go and rest in her room. It seemed strange that this was all he could say to his own daughter. The girl suggested that her father call a doctor for his sister. After all, I considered this illness to be serious. All because she had a fever. The father believed that the brunette's hypocrisy was to blame. Selina didn't really care about her condition. She was just worried that everyone would find out about her bullying her. Besides, the lieutenant was supposed to return tomorrow. The servants escorted the girl to her room. Diana was laid on the bed and her sister was next to her, sitting by the bed. After some time, the doctor came. The blonde asked him to come in. The doctor came once a week to check on the admiral's youngest daughter. This was the deal they made with the lieutenant on the night of the rescue. Diana imagined how Noah would look after her, and as if he was saying that his princess cannot die in his arms. The doctor checked the girl's temperature and pulse, and said that she apparently had food poisoning. He also found it strange that the rest of the family was fine. Selina asked if her sister would feel better by tomorrow, but the doctor said she needed to rest for at least a week. This frightened the insidious sister, and she continued to pretend that she was supposedly worried. The lady sat down next to her sister's bed and looked at her with an angry look. A little later, the miss suggested that the lieutenant should not come tomorrow and wanted to inform him about it. But Diana said that this should not be done. After all, he already knew about her health problems. In addition, she promised to tell the guy about all the little things that happened to her. Her sister did not like this news. The lady stood up and began to walk towards the exit of the room. The brunette called out to her and said that it was very strange that only she was poisoned. But the answer was silence. Noah, meanwhile, was in his mansion. He tried to think of something to get the princess back, but I still didn't know how to do it. He called his maid Molly to his place. She came. The maid asked how she could help the colonel. The Duke asked not to worry. After all, he was not going to confess his love to her. The assistant said she knew about it, but such behavior could not help but alarm her. Moreover, she no longer served in the army. Noah asked if she hated him. The maid asked who Sir was talking about now. He replied that it was about the princess, but it was difficult for the maid to answer this question. The man said that she had been thinking about it for the last 366 hours, but I couldn't come to any conclusion. The woman wanted to know what he proposed to do, and he replied that he would like her to help him with the mission, but the maid chose to refuse. After all, she was just a humble housekeeper. The Duke asked her to help as an assistant. The woman said that normal maids do not go on secret missions. At this point, the author took a break and security measures were tightened. This is because the negotiations were in their final stages. The maid said she doubted the military and royal family would allow him to retire, but she suggested trying to get him reparations. However, the Duke said that he could not do this and the interlocutor knew about it. After all, Diana was almost killed anyway. The woman asked if it was possible to find out about her well-being now, but he didn't know how to contact her. The maid understood that the master was always difficult to understand. However, this time everything was obvious. Noah wanted to see the lady, but didn't know how. Diana eventually felt better, but she had to lose a couple of kilograms. She was sitting at a table that was filled with food. This time, she was asked to eat every last crumb. Now Miss was experiencing a different kind of torture. The lady told Jeffrey that she probably wouldn't be able to handle it all, and he replied that he knew about it, but he was just joking. He also added that he didn't know what exactly the girl liked, so he ordered a little bit of everything. Suddenly, Diana heard a familiar song. It seemed to her that it sounded that day too. The colonel did not immediately understand what she was talking about. It was a Chopin song. No one in their right mind would play this at their own engagement party. However, Jeffrey said that the orchestra performed this composition at the personal request of the Duke. He also said that in fact this composition had a different name. It was called No More Love. The lady still didn't understand how this was possible. After all, I thought that such sad songs are usually not performed at special events. Therefore, I came to the conclusion that she understood everything wrong that time. It was Noah's people who sent the signal. Perhaps she was just bait to lure the lieutenant into their trap. After this, the girl was struck by the thought that perhaps everything that happened between them that day was simply false. The colonel decided to ask Diana again. In fact, she was going to marry him. The lady looked down sadly, her hands clenched into fists, feeling powerless in this situation. In a quiet voice, the girl agreed. This answer surprised the guy very much. He didn't expect things to go this far. Therefore, he looked at Miss Claire with regret. Diana repeated that she really intended to do this. Tears appeared in my eyes. The colonel realized that the lady must have been offended by him, but she assured that this was not so. The guy said he believed the Duke was simply manipulating her. Therefore, he had to stop their wedding at any cost. Saying this, he sat even closer to the girl. Diana imagined how at that moment Noah could walk into this restaurant and put the yellow daffodil in her arms again, while uttering the phrase, "Here, my princess." After all, that flower meant more to her than the man who risked his life to save her. The lady did not expect that the strong wall she had built for so long around her heart would crumble. The colonel began to explain why he believed that the girl was simply being used, but misunderstood that they benefited from each other's existence. But that was the way it was in the beginning, so she needed to find out if anything had changed since their first meeting. Diana told the colonel that she needed to leave. At that time, it was the epicenter of the war. The lady sat in her room and wondered how she could contact the Duke in such conditions. A knock was heard in the room. It was the maid Janet. Previously, she was the nanny of Selena and Diana. At that moment, Miss didn't want to quarrel with her, but the woman came closer to her and looked at what she was reading. The maid was surprised that the girl was learning military gestures, but she replied that she just wanted to watch it. The assistant advised the lady to be more careful when reading military texts. After all, not so long ago she was held hostage. Diana began to think that Janet was not like the other workers in this house. The woman said that culture and art transcend time and borders. And later she asked her to forgive her, because she should have left to prepare the afternoon snack. The girl was left alone in the room and began to reflect on her assistant's phrase about culture and art. She also remembered how the Duke read her a story from the newspaper. It talked about an alpha maid who was talking to a black hound. It was this newspaper that the man wanted to read to her before bed. Soon, one of the assistants promised to send something. The lady was sure that Noah would find a way to answer her. After all, if you use a newspaper, you won't have to worry about escaping. Then you simply won't even have to leave the house and no one will notice. Diana remembered looking at the paintings with the Duke. At that moment, it seemed strange to her that the man liked scary jobs, but he found them beautiful because of their meaning. The Duke had a painting of a dragon at home. Noah said the priest painted it to express his feelings for the woman, and she takes her feelings with her to the grave. Perhaps he meant then that one should not judge by appearance alone. So Miss decided to give it a try, and she called a new maid, who was replacing someone she had fired earlier. Diana asked for some paper and crayons or graphite pencils. If they were not available, then charcoal would also work. The lady couldn't write well, so she decided to draw. This was the first time she had benefited from a degree in Western art. The girl decided to send the drawn drawing to the newspaper and wait. She was sure that he would understand her message. After some time, the lady was again invited to a public event. Her sister and father were also there. The blonde was told that every day she stopped more and more beautiful. She was also praised for her kindness, and the girl thanked her for the gifts. Diana thought that she had sent the drawings, so all that remained was to face the music. Here she wanted to try to talk to someone. After the whole kidnapping thing, people started showing interest in her. There were many letters from nobles asking for a meeting. But of course, there was no talk of any party. The girl's father believed that it was not appropriate for a soldier to have a holiday in the midst of a war. Therefore, he invited his daughter to communicate with them at one of the events to which Selena was invited. The most that Diana could say in response to the letters was that they might meet under different circumstances. But it would not surprise her if she were kicked out of noble society. The blonde asked her sister if she had already seen that article, but the girl did not understand what was being said. Selena explained that the newspapers wrote about how the lieutenant saved her sister in order to ask for her hand in marriage. So I asked my sister to wake up, and she said that as soon as she got married, Diana's life would return to the beginning. But she seemed to not understand something. Her sister had no interest in the lieutenant at all. The brunette said that if she was jealous, she could ask the guy not to communicate with her. But these words seemed impudent to Selena. A little later, two gentlemen approached them. Jeffrey wanted to introduce his acquaintance to Admiral Claire's daughter, Miss Diana. The girls greeted them. The lieutenant colonel also expressed the hope that he had not caused any trouble by asking to invite the lady at the last moment. But the interlocutor replied that it was not difficult for him. After all, the more people, the merrier. He also asked to convey his best wishes to the Prime Minister. After that, the man greeted the girl. She replied that it was kind of him to invite her. Jeffrey later asked if Diana was cold. After all, he thought that she was lightly dressed, but the girl said she was fine. At this time, the sister was watching her and the lieutenant. During this event, guests were invited to go horseback riding. They all mounted their horses and set off. But it turned out that Diana was here alone without a horse. Her sister came up to her and asked where her horse was. And then she said that her father had prepared one for her and pointed with her finger to the place where it was. After that, the blonde said that she forgot that her sister had not prepared for this. And she said she was very sorry. Diana finished her tea and replied that if she insisted so, then she could not refuse her sister. After all, she believed that there was nothing that she couldn't do. The girl approached the horse and began to get to know it. And then I gave her a few sugar cubes. The lady believed that this animal was placed alone because of its age, and hugging her, she said that in fact she was a good horse. After that, she decided to jump on the animal and said that she would call her Selena, and asked her to go ahead. The girl never thought that she would ever need this skill. The horse began to ride. The lady said she was not a bad rider at all. She also called her beautiful. After this, the animal galloped off. Diana even began to ask her to go easier. After all, she thought that she was already too old for such fast races. But the horse could not stop. The girl turned to the horse Selena and called her an abnormal horse. And then I thought that it was probably worth giving her a nicer name. For example, Coco or Sweets. The day was drawing to a close. The sun painted the sky with its colors before disappearing behind the horizon. Purple and golden shades mixed with each other, creating a unique picture. The sky was burning as if it were on fire. There was silence and peace in the air. Only a light breeze rustled the leaves of the trees. Even the singing of birds gradually died down. This sunset was a symbol of beauty. The lieutenant colonel was the first to return to the place where everyone had originally gathered. Selena approached him and asked who he was looking for. She also offered her help. The guy asked her where Miss Diana was. The girl said that she should be in her place. But turning there, I saw that this place was empty. So she looked scared and said that it looked like her sister was lost. After all, she didn't have much experience as a rider, and she asked the lieutenant what they should do. The blonde said she was very worried about her sister. In fact, she was just looking at the guy's reaction. But he asked with a stern look what the lady had been doing all this time. She replied that she was ahead. Jeffrey realized that Miss Diana had not returned, and soon it was going to get colder. So he jumped on his horse and began to ride, saying that he needed to find the girl quickly. By evening, the colonel finally found Diana. At that moment, she was sleeping next to the horse. The guy lit a fire because he understood that the lady was probably already frozen. A little later, she woke up. Jeffrey said he didn't mean to scare her, but it was strange for Miss that someone was looking for her. The hero replied that he was afraid that she might freeze to death if she was not found before sunset. The lady began to wake up the horse because she wanted them to return together. But she didn't wake up. The colonel suggested that in the past it was a war horse, and then age took its toll. However, this time he would hardly be able to escape. It was a surprise to the guy how Diana could even go so far with him. The girl replied that she gave him a couple of sugar cubes and praised him a little. This apparently cheered the horse up. Jeffrey said the girl had a very kind heart. However, it was also impossible to leave the animal alone here. It was decided to wait until he got better. The girl also felt cold at that time. The colonel wanted to ask her something but was trying to find the right words for such an important conversation. And then he asked if the girl had read that article. She replied that she had read it but was not angry. After all, even good deeds often hide their motives. The guy objected, saying that the real reason was not what was said in the article. Diana asked why he came to save her then. Jeffrey replied that his mother was Median, and he was sure that the lady understood what that meant. But the girl didn't understand this right away. The guy said that he made a promise to his mother, but he himself wanted to do it. The lady still could not understand the meaning of what was said, and she couldn't understand what promise they were talking about, and also why he wanted to save her. Jeffrey looked down thoughtfully, trying to figure out how to explain the reason, and he asked if the girl remembered what he told her on the day of the abduction. Miss agreed and said that he allegedly wanted to get to know her better. The guy added that it was she who interested him that time. However, he could not tell her about the promise he made to his mother. After all, in this way he could endanger too many lives. Diana began to turn over in her mind what these words could mean, and I thought that he might have promised his mother to help those in need. But she didn't want to continue this topic. After all, the feelings of this person did not matter to her. So the night passed, and then the first rays of dawn appeared. By morning, the horse still hadn't gotten up. Diana asked her to rest. She also said that it was an honor for her to give him one last trip. The realization of what happened caused sadness in the girl's eyes. The guy tried to somehow console her. After that, he invited her to get up. When it became completely light, the lieutenant colonel and Diana returned to the place where the races began. Upon entering, they were immediately greeted by Selena. It was a shock to her that they spent the whole night together. When we met, she immediately approached her sister and said that she was very worried about her. She was also glad that everything was fine with her. The girl tried to hug the brunette, but she understood that there was not a drop of sincerity in this act. After that, the blonde thanked the lieutenant, but he offered to take Diana home. The guy decided to find out if she liked the plays, but the lady replied that she did not know, since she had never attended them. Jeffrey offered to watch one of them with him tomorrow. Miss agreed, saying it sounded fun, and Selena watched them and heard everything. The hatred towards my sister grew more and more. Afterwards, the lieutenant colonel got into the car and drove away. The girls were left alone. The blonde asked her sister if she was doing this on purpose, but she replied that the interlocutor herself gave her that horse. After this, there was silence for some time. There was calm in the park. Only the birds sang loudly, welcoming the new day. The air was fresh and cool and filled with the scent of flowers and wet grass. Selena looked at her sister with a dissatisfied look and asked her what her relationship was with the Duke of Progen. After all, the necklace she was wearing was a pink diamond. This one is given to someone special, but the girls did not have time to finish speaking when their nanny approached them. The woman greeted Diana, but the blonde stopped her and asked her not to interfere with their conversation. The maid apologized again and said that Miss had won a prize. These words began to anger Selena even more. The lady asked which of her works won the prize, and the assistant showed. The painting was called Calm, I'm Looking for Your Truth. The nanny said that even though it was submitted anonymously, the entry still won the prize. Therefore, she herself told the publisher whose work it was. Diana didn't ask for this, and she thought it was good that she didn't draw Progen's symbol, the daffodils. There was a considerable prize for this work. The blonde was surprised how long her sister had been drawing, but she replied that if Selena had been at least a little interested in her life, she would not have asked this question now. But still, Diana was glad that Noah definitely saw her, and she knew that he would definitely find a way to answer her. The Duke was in his office and again held the newspaper in his hands. Molly reported that there was nothing on the news this time, but it has been a long time since they sent instructions to the author. Suddenly, the man asked if the assistant knew what his name meant. She didn't know this. Therefore, he said that Noah means rest, comfort, and tranquility. Diana is the Roman name for Artemis. She is the Greek goddess of the moon. And the work was called Calmness, I Am Looking for Your Truth. The Duke looked at this drawing carefully and smiled. After all, he understood that this was a message from Diana. The girl wanted to know the truth of his words. Later, the head of intelligence in Progen, Max Rockefeller, visited the current emperor of Progen, Mayer III. He reported that Count Rothschild was gifted and would soon become the right hand of the crown prince. He was an important figure in this game. Max asked if His Majesty thought that he was leading a defensive operation against Belterdarm. But the emperor did not plan to do this. After all, this man was worth keeping close. He loved his madness and his skills. Rockefeller recalled a conversation with Rothschild. Then he told his nephew that he had heard about something. He was told that he was considering the possibility of kidnapping the admiral's daughter again, and he asked me not to say that it was true. Then Noah realized that Molly was playing both sides. The man replied that he had already helped him last time, so now his hands were tied. The Duke replied that he was sure that he could rely on his uncle. Rockefeller did not like this treatment. Therefore, he asked the colonel to address him appropriately, since this was an official meeting. Previously, his brother asked to take care of his son if he himself died, but he asked not to marry his wife. Every day, Noah became more and more like his father. Max said that he would be able to see the girl after the end of the war. After all, they were almost there. And this was a direct order from the emperor. Mayer believed that if the Duke dared to go beyond the empire, the state would deprive him of all titles and positions. He will also take away property and lands. He also asked me to tell him that his actions would be considered treason, and then he will definitely get a bullet in the forehead. After all, no matter how valuable a knight is, he will be useless if he does not obey commands. One day, Diana decided to put the mittens given to her in her table. It was there that she kept those things that she considered important and pleasant for herself. Lieutenant Colonel Gronendale gave them to her. This was the time they went to the opera. The guy was worried that the girl might freeze. After all, although the room would be warm, he was worried about her hands. The lady insisted that everything was fine. But what she really wanted was for him to stop calling her. She didn't have clothes for such occasions. Jeffrey and the girl walked up to the car. He helped her sit down like a gentleman. After that, he sat down himself. Diana told the lieutenant that she was thinking about what he said last time, and over what interested him. However, if he was leaning towards romance, then she was forced to refuse. The guy understood the reason for Mrs. behavior, and after these words, he began to take something from the trunk of the car. It was a beautifully packaged box. Jeffrey gave it to Diana and asked her to open it. The lady thought about it. She didn't know what to expect, but when I opened the box, I saw black mittens in it. The lieutenant colonel said that he thought such an act would be normal, and he added that he was just worried about the girl's hands. Miss, looking at these mittens in her room, also considered this gift to be quite normal. She decided to put them in her table and began to open the top drawer. But what she saw there amazed her. The necklace that Noah gave her was also there before. However, now he was not there. Diana realized that her sister had stolen this pink diamond. The lady was not ready to say goodbye to the gifted necklace so quickly, and I remembered how my sister was interested in him earlier. Therefore, I quickly guessed whose hands it was. Selena was in her room at that moment. The girl sat in front of the mirror and admired herself. She also combed her long silky hair. Suddenly, the door to her room opened. Upon entering, Diana immediately asked to return it back. She looked at her sister with a menacing look and was ready to take her gift in any way. Selena asked what she was talking about, but the girl added that Miss knew what was being discussed. The blonde replied that it was not good to accuse her of theft, but this behavior irritated the brunette more and more. So she took an oil lamp and broke it near that one. The lamp broke into small pieces, and the oil that was there spilled throughout the room. Selena began to ask what came over her sister, and she promised to tell her father about it. But Diana asked to return him back if she did not want to die. The girl had matches in her hands, and she was ready to set them on fire. The blonde repeated that she was crazy, and she began to scream for someone to help her, and also called for her father. Diana lit a match and showed that she was ready to throw it on the oil spilled from the lamp. This forced her sister to return the stolen goods. She took the diamond from the place where she had hidden it and gave it to her sister. The brunette recalled that her sister also had something to lose, so she told her to never touch her things again. Selena realized that judging by the reaction, this thing was very important for the girl. Then their father entered the room. He asked again what was happening here. Diana replied that she did not know, and she suggested that he ask the thief. After that, she received a slap in the face. The girl asked why Dad hit her. After all, it was her sister who stole the thing from her. But the admiral was very angry with his youngest daughter. He asked her to shut up. The brunette realized that the situation had gone too far, so there was no point in holding back anymore. She threatened her father that if anything happened to her, an article about all the terrible things they had done to her would be published in all the Belford newspapers and gossip columns. After all, Diana understood that if the house understood the value of her necklace, then they were definitely already planning something. Then the father left the room. After him, the brunette began to come out. But before that, she turned to her sister and said that she did not want to go that far, but she left her no choice. Therefore, it was worth getting out of this hellhole. And she said that apparently she would have to accept the lieutenant's advances, Selena shouted that her sister wouldn't dare do that. As soon as Diana started threatening them, it was all over. But an even more important event happened. The girl was sitting in the room and talking with her nanny. They discussed the news recorded in the newspaper. It said that they had lost the Battle of the Eastern Sea. The brunette thought it was strange why this woman kept coming to her room. Unexpectedly, she offered the girl something. The nanny wanted to take her to a bookstore in the city. After all, she said that she saw her craving for reading. The nanny also added that she herself likes to write, so she thought about buying a small how-to book. It seemed strange to the lady why she was constantly calling her to go somewhere, but the woman continued to say that she was sure that there would be many interesting books for Diana herself, and it will definitely be worth your time. However, the girl still didn't want to go anywhere, and she continued to wonder why she tried so hard to get her out of this place. The nanny was silent and did not answer this question. But a little later, she said that she needed it. Before this conversation ended, unfamiliar men began to enter the room. When they all entered the room, they asked the girl if she was Diana and Claire. After all, they received a message about her connection with a high-ranking official from Progen. However, out of politeness to the admiral, they would not arrest her, but would ask for cooperation. Miss lowered her head down and realized that these were the tricks of her evil sister. She understood that this suspicious silence had to end someday. The lady stood and silently looked at these men. The nanny came up to her and said that it was cold outside. Therefore, she asked to be allowed to bring her a coat. Diana wondered if this woman wanted to help her escape, and a portrait of the Duke, and how he said that when he returned, they would continue where they left off came to mind. The reason Diana's character was able to last so long was not because she was in unusually good health. And the fact is that this woman always supported her in difficult times. The girl recalled how her nanny said that culture and art transcended time and borders. The advice she gave helped me connect with Noah, and also the mentioned craving for writing. All this gave the lady the idea that she was the author of the book, The Wolf and the Hound. The next day, the Duke's maid eagerly burst into his office. The woman didn't even knock because she was in a hurry to convey important news to the man. He said that he hoped it was not a traitor. Molly told Sir that a new chapter had been published in the newspaper. She was released this morning. The man took the newspaper and began to read this article. He was all attention, as he was trying to find out something about Diana. The chapter was called, Whether It's a Wolf or a Hound, Someone Has to Save the Girl. Then the Duke realized that Miss was in danger. The answer to his question and the release of this chapter turned out to be even faster than they thought. Noah put the newspaper in his jacket and, straightening his tie, told the maid that plans had changed. After that, he shot her. Diana was in a prison cell at that time. She was completely alone and did not know what to do. Loneliness overwhelmed her. The girl reflected that she had not felt something like this for a long time. However, it seemed to her that it would be easier to survive than it actually turned out to be. Surely the walls around her collapsed the moment the Duke promised to protect her. Suddenly, she heard someone say that the little bird was finally in the cage. These were the words her sister greeted her when she decided to visit. Diana was surprised why she came, but the lady replied that she did not need an excuse to visit her dear sister. She also said that she never considered her flirtatious, but she still asked who the next victim would be, and whether it could be a prison guard. Selena asked if it was true that she was impatient to seduce him, just as she had seduced the Duke before. The girl continued to sit silently and did not change her facial expression. The sister mockingly asked if it was true that the guard had refused her. Before this, the blonde had a conversation with the lieutenant. That time, the guy said that he allegedly gave Diana a necklace with a pink diamond. The lady couldn't believe her ears, so she asked him if he liked her sister. He didn't answer, but decided to find out why she was asking about this. Then Selena admitted that she thought that under the pretext of saving Diana, he would decide to indirectly ask for her hand. But the guy assured that everything was completely different. After all, he really wanted to save her sister, and he believed that this would be an important event for the blonde. But the girl said that she simply did not understand why the guy did not return her feelings. He looked at her with a stern look, and after a short pause he said that he thought she already knew the answer to this question. Selena tried to somehow justify herself, and she said that she was sure that Diana was already in a relationship with the Duke, and the necklace and the drawing in the newspaper were proof of this. She also said that it was she who had sincere feelings for the interlocutor, and not her sister. Jeffrey said he was very sorry for Miss Claire. He also assured that these feelings were not mutual. He had no choice but to thank the lady for her help in saving Diana. I asked her to go and sort out her feelings on her own. Therefore, Selena, visiting her sister, said that she simply liked to lead people by the nose. She also called her pure evil. She also accused her sister of wanting to take everything into her own hands, and she blamed their mother for the death. Diana was very unpleasant to hear accusations against her, so she asked if she really thought so. In addition, she said that Selena herself used it in order to look better against her background, and she was surprised that she had the audacity to blame her mother's death on her. The girl said it was incredible, but it didn't matter, because she believed that she would soon leave here anyway. At least that's what the lieutenant told her. Diana also wanted to ask if you thought about the consequences before starting all this. After all, it was the father who was responsible for managing confidential data. Therefore, I asked my sister not to pretend to be a stupid person. The lady believed that it was Selena who stole her father's secret papers, and then she sent them to Progen, and then she blamed her sister for it. The blonde stood there, lost in thought. She heard something she didn't know about before, and this should have been considered. Therefore, the girl decided to end the conversation and ask Diana to take care of herself. Selena didn't understand what her sister was even talking about. And what secret papers were we talking about? After all, everything she told the soldiers was about the lady's special relationship with the Duke, and the pink diamond necklace was proof of this. The girl understood that her father contributed to everything else. However, she could not understand the reason for such an act. Hundreds of people were injured in the last battle, and now the father will probably try to blame everything on Diana. Only she understood that such behavior went beyond ordinary hatred of someone. But I still believed that there must be another explanation for this. The lady walked further and further away from the prison, lost in her thoughts. She considered herself an obedient child, and thought that she definitely had not done anything wrong. However, what she found out could not leave her indifferent. At that moment, the Duke's uncle Max was visiting the Emperor and telling him about the latest events. The Emperor was surprised that he actually went on a mission. After all, he could send this boy to any place for the sake of victory. But the interlocutor asked, and even begged, that he spare his life. And he said that Noah was still young. Therefore, I behaved unreasonably when thinking about that woman. The ruler said it was true. He also asked if he really considered him his own son. Max said that was true. Because of this, he hoped that he understood what his request was. The Emperor said that that was why he was like this, but asked how much longer this could continue. After all, next time this person could come after his soul, and he could also try not just to remove him, but to change the entire system. The ruler said that he understood Max's feelings, so he decided to take pity and ask to leave him alive. And since they went through a lot with him, he will honor his interlocutor and kill the Duke with his own hands, although he understood that this could be a significant loss during the war. However, there were countless great people in the Rothschild family, but all of them created a split in the country. Therefore, he wanted Noah to become one of those executed by decree. And this can be a signal for people who dream of freedom and equality. After all, they should all strive for a common goal, the preservation of sovereignty. A few days later, the lieutenant came to visit the lady. He said that he knows how difficult it is for Diana here, but he asked me to be patient a little longer. After all, I heard that they plan to release it next week. The girl was very grateful to him for the help he provided her. After all, she knew that by helping her, he was putting himself in an awkward position. The guy believed that although he saved and brought the girl back because of his sense of responsibility, he really wanted her to be happy. The lady didn't think he should have apologized. Visiting hours were already ending. The lieutenant colonel said that the New Year festival would begin tomorrow. He was sorry that he could not take Diana to the fireworks. The girl assured him that it would last the whole week, so they still had a chance. The guy said that they would see each other tomorrow. After that, he left. A little later, Diana heard the guards talking near her cell. They said that they were both free that night. They also mentioned that today is the New Year's festival. However, for some reason they were sitting here. One of them said that he would like to be home now, but he is always called for such work. The second one said that if he hurried, they would make it in time for the fireworks. However, he said that he would stand aside. The guard entered Diana's cell and asked for her forgiveness. At that moment, the fireworks started. The man told the girl not to worry because he would try to do everything quickly and painlessly. These words frightened her very much. After that, He hit the lady and she bit his finger. Miss was very scared, because she didn't know if anyone could help her, and she understood that it was unlikely that she could cope on her own. At that moment, the girl understood that they wanted to kill her. Therefore, it was worth fighting for your life, and do it in such a way as to definitely save yourself. Diana tried to stall for time in the hope that someone would help her, and she asked if they really thought they could get away with murder. The lady felt how everything hurt after the blows. She had never been so devastated before. Miss asked why she always remains alone at such moments. Still, Diana turned out to be weaker than the men who were in her cell. After their visit, she lay alone on the floor and called Noah for help. The security guard said he didn't hear what she said. He also asked her to admit that she had entered into a conspiracy with Progen. Suddenly, someone came to her. Seeing this whole situation, he decided to help Diana. And the girl, despite the fact that she was completely exhausted, saw Noah in him. She thought that someone would call him a villain. But for her personally, he was a hero. He asked who did this to her. After killing 2 guards, the Duke approached Diana, and he said that now everything would be fine, because he was there. The guy helped the girl get up and hugged her. Finally, they met after a long separation. The lady heard his words, how he called her a princess and said that although a lot of time had passed since their first meeting, she hardly remembered it. And she was ready to say that she didn't care, even if it was pretend. Diana heard him asking to continue to stay with him. After all, only she mattered to him. The lady realized that she had lost consciousness. But having come to her senses, she continued to call the Duke, and he answered that he was here. The girl said that she felt very bad at home. That's why she asked me to take her back, and I heard him answer with consent. And he said that this would have been done even against her will. But she replied that this was not so. After all, I really wanted to be with him. He took her in his arms and began to carry her out. Diana thought that now was not the time for this, and asked to be put back on the ground. In response, the lady heard Sir answer that the princess was wounded, and she explained that she was no stronger than the one who carried her. After all, I saw how many wounds Noah had. The girl thought that since he had come all the way here, it was no wonder he had so many wounds. She was asked to lean on him. Coming out of prison, they realized that they were lucky, since now everyone was at the festival. However, it was necessary to escape before the end of the fireworks. The lady had a large abrasion on her face, and the Duke's hand was wounded. They left the prison trying to take quiet steps. Then the girl got behind the wheel of the car, and she invited her partner to sit down. I was surprised that she knew how to drive a car, but she said that she couldn't do it. After that, Diana pressed the gas pedal and the car drove off. At that time, Miss did not yet know how much different it was from automatic gear shifting. The car drove off and drove further and further from the prison. Noah looked out the window and realized that the guards quickly caught on. They should have been more careful. The lady looked out the rearview window and saw armed men running after them. They shouted at each other not to stand still but to shoot at them. After this, several shots were fired towards the car. They scared Diana very much, but fortunately the car turned out to be bulletproof. It was perfect for them in that situation. Then the car turned the corner and the guards no longer saw it, but they still wanted to take another car to catch up with them. Diana and the Duke rode until the evening. Then they realized that they had finally broken away from the persecution. It was strange to Noah that the girl could drive all this time. However, this did not prompt her to run away. The lady said she didn't want to run away, and it wasn't just that she had nowhere to go. The Duke gently touched her cheek, straightening her hair. She seemed to be giving in to his advances. After all, she was glad that Noah found her. The girl wanted to meet him so much that she was ready to allow him a lot. She also asked him for forgiveness for deceiving him. She had no choice then, but in response she heard that everything was fine and that he didn't blame her. The lady suggested starting over, and this time I wanted them to be honest with each other. The Duke was surprised that the girl herself offered him this. Miss explained that she did not want a relationship like the kidnapper and his hostage, and asked if he understood what she was talking about. The interlocutor joked, saying that now they will be like an escaped prisoner and his accomplice. And it was completely true. The guy asked what if they agreed to get married before they were born. And now he was just trying to save his kidnapped princess. These events were just like in a fairy tale. But it seemed to the girl that this was not true. Noah asked why, and then he suggested that he lead the way. After all, he understood where they should have gone. Diana asked how his hand was, After all, I saw that he was wounded. The man assured that she did not need to worry about this, and he thought he could handle it. After that, they moved. The car moved forward again. Noah said that now they will not be able to return to Progen. After all, he lost his title, land and home. Now he faced punishment for leaving the army and disobeying the emperor. The girl was surprised because she believed that in wartime this would be punishable by death. But the former duke added that he was also no longer a rich man, and he asked if this would suit the princess. The lady understood that he sacrificed a lot for her, although she didn't have a penny to her name. That's why she said that now they are both free. The man promised to buy her steaks anyway. He extended his hand to his interlocutor. She agreed and squeezed his hand. The girl said that they are not so important to her now. It all felt like a journey together without any goal or final destination. Nobody knew what awaited them in the future. But none of this mattered to Diana. All that matters is that now they will be together. Noah said that they will go to Medea. They have no other choice. The lady realized that while she was dreaming of a future together, everything was already taken care of for the duke. In the city, meanwhile, a building was blown up, which had an important role in the lives of the heroes. Max, looking at the fire, wondered if this was really Rothschild's plan. After all, the duke's escape was only the beginning of the coming madness. The engineering department and the army factory located on the premises suddenly exploded. This was an open threat to the emperor. And all because of the fear that something might happen to Diana. Max thought it wouldn't be surprising if he tried to blow up the palace next time. He watched his nephew for many years, and he knew all his oddities and crazy thoughts. It was never enough for him, whether it's playing chess or something else. Noah always wanted to take over the entire board, and in order to maintain a relationship with that girl, he was ready to take over the whole world. The admiral, sitting in his estate, understood that they could not suffer defeat every day. Therefore, I asked the woman I was interrogating to describe my accomplice again. She said that the guards told her that it was supposedly a man with dark hair, dressed in a Belford military uniform. She also said that many people think it was Lieutenant Gronendahl. The man was surprised that the man knew about Diana, but the maid replied that his mother must have told her son about this. But the Prime Minister seemed to be unaware. After all, he certainly would not have remained idle if he had such information. This seemed like a fair remark to the admiral, but he understood that they were surrounded by problems again, and he asked the opinion of his interlocutor regarding what plan Colonel Rothschild might have had. But she replied that it was difficult to judge. After all, she only heard that he ran away from Progen. The man began to think whether that man wanted to take the imperial throne, and a little later he said that this was not so. After all, he assumed that Noah wants to use Diana to conquer the powerful country of Medea. Therefore, he believed that it was definitely he who took Diana. The maid stood next to the owner, realizing that he liked to use people to his advantage. That is why he made such an assumption. Unexpectedly, the admiral said that a lot of effort had been spent. But in the end, this girl was never useful. Diana's father was nothing like Noah. Rothschild had the truth in his hands, which could lure away the power of Medea. And he only wanted to get this girl's favor. No one was even able to imagine how crazy this young man was. A little later, the travelers finally arrived at the place they were heading to. Diana had a high fever for a long time. However, the drugs were soon to take effect. Waking up, the lady asked where they were. The Duke explained that they were staying with a friend of his. The girl was surprised to learn that this man had friends. In addition, she believed that she did not have time to thank her for saving her. But the young man assured her that there was no need for this, and he asked Miss to just rest. The owner of the house they were in said that there were rumors that the Central Army would leave here in 3 days. Until then, it was better for them to stay in his house. Noah reminded his interlocutor that he was no longer a colonel, but his friend was not yet used to this idea. He later wished Miss Claire all the best for her journey and a safe journey. The girl was grateful to him for these words. She felt like the man was more like a boss than a friend. He again repeated that he wished them a happy journey back. These words surprised Diana, because she thought that she was in Medea for the first time, and she began to wonder what Noah had told him. A little later, the former duke approached the girl, and she asked him what the plan was now. To replied that they would have to postpone the wedding until he was rich enough to become her husband. But that wasn't what the lady wanted to talk about. The girl was worried that Medea and Progen were allies. That's why I was worried that they would be able to take them away from there. The young man assured her that he was on good terms with the queen, and he told how, at a difficult moment, they sheltered her for several months. Miss was amazed that her lover had so many different acquaintances. Noah added that the man was a friend of his father, and he was the deputy commander of the unit in the north. The girl asked if his father served in the army. The young man began to put her to bed, saying that this was so, and that he was one of the best, and then he asked her to rest. The lady added that his father was definitely a good man. This can be seen from the number of people willing to help him. To this, the man replied that he did not know what needed to be done for someone to be considered such. However, he noticed that his father really treated him well. But at work he was cold and calculating, like a killer. He and his mother died due to an accident when he was trying to save someone. All his life, Noah thought it was strange. The girl assured that no matter what it was, she also considered the Duke a good person. With a smile on his face, the man said that he would do whatever she asked. And he was even ready to bring the whole world to her feet. The lady felt that it was not worth asking about feelings now. However, I was worried about their relationship in this situation, although I was sure that they would cope. After this, the interlocutors went to bed. A difficult road lay ahead. The night passed and the first rays of dawn appeared. Diana and Noah needed to get up early to get ready. They also had to change their appearance a little in order to protect themselves. The Duke's hair was dyed black, and the girl was given a wig with long black hair. On the way out, the maid wished them a safe journey, and she said that she would pray that the two of them reached the right place alive. The young man, getting into the car, said that he was sorry that they would not be able to travel by train, but he promised to definitely ride it next time. The girl thought it was more like a romantic trip than an escape. A few hours later, they crossed the Progen border and calmly entered the country. And then we reached the capital. To begin with, they rented a room in a hotel. But the lady was unhappy about something. So I asked again if there was a reason why Noah only rented one room. The young man said that there really was such a reason. Diana wanted to hear her. After all, I knew for sure that it wasn't about the money. However, he replied that he just wanted to be with her. Although the girl said that she would prefer to sleep in the car, he still insisted on a room, explaining that the princess could not spend the night in such a place. Noah said he was only able to get them one room, but there was a good reason for that. He also invited the girl to take the bed. For myself, I was ready to come up with something. But the lady understood that it was cold. Therefore, she herself suggested that he should not go anywhere, but sleep here. The Duke was surprised that Diana herself invited him to sleep in the same bed, and he called the girl still as straightforward. However, after these words, she began to cry. After all, I read that she had no choice and could not do otherwise in such a situation. She felt sorry for Noah. He could have slept in comfort and warmer if not for her. Later, they got ready for bed, but in the end, she couldn't even close her eyes, and he also held her hand all night. Morning has come. The Duke suggested that they go and have something to eat, plus they could see local attractions. The girl agreed to this. It was good that they took care of the money before that. However, then the young man admitted that he needed to meet someone at the Royal Bank. They approached this majestic building, near which there was a beautiful green corner. That morning was warm and sunny, so Miss didn't really think about where to go. When Noah and Diana stood near this establishment, an adult man in a black hat and with a cigar approached them. He said a phrase addressed to the Duke that they had not seen each other for a long time. And after that, he added that he had completely forgotten that he had lost his title, and he asked if he should have called his interlocutor simply by name. This man's name was Jace Gronendale. He was the eldest son of Prime Minister Belford and heir to the Duchy of Gronendal. This name seemed very familiar to Diana, and she realized that this was the lieutenant's older brother. But the question arose as to what he was doing here. Noah introduced him as Jace, and he said that he was an ordinary bank teller, and this simplified everything. The girl's new acquaintance said that he was glad to meet her and introduced himself to her again. He also said that he was the owner of the Celtic Bank and a financial entrepreneur. The lady was surprised that this man was not at all like the lieutenant. She wondered how close she and her brother were. The former Duke asked where his money was, but Jace replied that they were safe. Therefore, I asked my interlocutor not to worry. After all, even the Emperor, acting within the framework of federal law, will not be able to do anything. The girl thought it looked like one of the foreign accounts from which money is laundered. Gronendal turned further to the young man, and he said that he was sure that he knew what difficulties he had to endure in order to help him. Noah noted that this was not because of the Duchess's will, but he replied that this was only part of the matter, and that he will only benefit from this situation, and he will also be able to fulfill his mother's dying wish. However, he added that this is not that important at the moment, and he asked how his old friend was doing. He replied that they began work at factories in the Scindian Empire, Marion, and in the village. He also said that it would be possible to do a test run. The girl sat, not understanding what was being said, and calmly sipped her tea. But then she heard about how Noah made it this way and remained safe and sound, and I wondered if they were talking about a car. The interlocutor said that he actually owns shares in automobile companies. Therefore, they managed to escape only thanks to him. The lady understood where the bulletproof glass in the car came from. After that, she asked if he was really developing weapons. Jace asked the former Duke if he told the girl about all this. Noah said he didn't say anything. Diana realized that she was right, and perhaps Rothschild shared the drawings of the weapon in order to later use it against Belfort or Progen. She wondered if it was revenge or lust for money, although it was already known that the war in this world would never end. Therefore, she clarified what will happen if someone decides to use nuclear weapons. Gronendale said he invested a lot in her boyfriend's business, so this will bring them wealth for many years to come. Diana said that she did not quite understand what was being said. Noah intervened in the conversation and said that if he continues to bother his princess, they will leave, and the details can be discussed with his secretary. The bank teller was surprised that the interlocutor had a secretary. After all, such a worker, hired by high-ranking families, usually does not last long. He also said that this couple should go to the Scindian Empire. There were Assations there. Previously, these people were saved by the Duke's father. But he replied that they needed to go to Medea. After all, Median blood flows in his princess's veins. Therefore, they will be able to protect her there. Gronendal said he wasn't sure about that, but didn't want to get involved. The man took a bottle of wine and opened it, and then he filled a glass with a drink and said that he would drink it to the princess. It seemed strange to Diana that they all called her that. This caused embarrassment for the girl. After that, her new acquaintance began to drink the poured drink. This ended the meeting. The former Duke and Princess went to have breakfast. We chose a cozy cafe near the pier. The pleasant smell of water spread along the entire coast. The air was very clean. Already at breakfast, Rothschild said that from here they would go by ship straight to Medea. The waitress brought the ordered dishes. The lady took herself a piece of delicious cake and tea. Noah asked if she had seasickness, but Miss didn't know the answer to this question. However, I hoped that it was not. The girl also noted that she really liked this city. It was really very beautiful there. The young man said that he completely agreed with this, and he suggested that in the future they could move here. To this, the lady replied that it did not matter to her where exactly they would live. The main thing is to be together. But a little later I realized that I said it out loud. This made her feel awkward. She was worried that the interlocutor now knew that she wanted to live with him. Noah replied that her words made him happy, but the girl warned that she did not often express her emotions. However, the former Duke was not afraid. He began to say that it was not scary as long as Miss was with him. While they walked together, ate, slept, or showered. These words made the lady stand up from her seat. After all, I didn't expect him to offer this at all. But the young man calmly said that it would really be nice to take a shower together. To somehow shift the conversation to another topic, Diana said that everything here was very tasty. Her interlocutor noticed that the girl's face was dirty after breakfast, and I tried to remove it. His touch again confused the miss, and she looked at the man with a surprised look. And he, not feeling any embarrassment at all, ran his fingers over her face and lips, and then he showed on himself that there was dirt near her mouth. The lady hoped that he would no longer be so close to her lips. That's why I preferred to remove the dirt myself. This delicious chocolate cake left its mark even after breakfast. Miss took a towel and began to wipe her entire face so as not to give her lover a chance to touch her face again. And then she asked why he liked to embarrass her so much. However, the young man asked in surprise what she was talking about. After all, I didn't see anything strange in what he recently did. Continuing to hold the towel, the girl said that this was not exactly what she was talking about. Still, she found the situation awkward. Although he didn't try to go any further than that, it was worth warning. Miss tried to find the right words to explain the situation and her feelings. Noah and Diana sat opposite each other, their eyes met, and a spark flashed between them. The guy slowly leaned towards the lady. He felt his breath touch her lips, but Miss didn't move away. She closed her eyes and prepared for the kiss. Their lips touched. It was the first kiss for both of them, and it was tender, reverent, and unforgettable. The world around them dissolved. Only they, their lips, their hands existed, and their hearts beating in unison. Finally, they broke away from each other, catching their breath. Happiness shone in their eyes. After that, Noah asked if the lady was still embarrassed, and she continued to look at him with surprised eyes, unable from surprise to utter a word. Therefore, the former Duke realized that the girl was indeed very shy, but looking away, she said that it was not so. She was embarrassed to continue looking into her lover's eyes, fearing a repetition. Noah said he knows about it, and I just wanted to hear it from her in person. Diana thought that this guy would really drive her crazy. The following events took place in the morning. A bright light burst into the room where the girl and the young man were. She was already very tired from the very morning. Even though they slept in the same bed, she was never able to rest. Although she considered herself already an adult, these random touches made her nervous. It seemed unbearable. Therefore, the morning was definitely not good for her. There was practically no strength for anything, and an exhausting trip lay ahead. The lady dressed in her usual clothes. The Duke put on Medea's uniform. This was an officer's uniform, which had to be worn since they could be inspected before the ship sailed. And all because Projan had official permission to arrest them. The guy also asked if Diana had seen their passports. After all, they will have to pretend to be newlyweds. Miss agreed, but she wondered if the Duke ever worried. This is because he remained calm in any situation. Later, they went to the pier. The weather greeted them with a clear sky with small spots. As expected, there were military personnel on the ship. Noah tried to behave in such a way as not to fall under suspicion, and he understood that otherwise they would have to come up with a new plan. Plus, it could be very dangerous. Diana was not so worried about this. She did not realize the complexity of the situation, which helped her maintain at least some calm. Every new step and every second of time brought them closer to the inspector, and now their turn has come. The Duke took out the passports. He was asked if he was from Medea. He replied that it was so, and he said that he was a member of the Joint Chief of Staff Committee, and also that he and his wife came here to relax. It was something like their honeymoon. The inspector apologized for the questions asked, but he said that an order had been received to arrest the criminal. This girl was half Median. Noah said there was nothing wrong with it, and wished the man a good job. He also thanked him and wished him a successful trip. The guy told the princess that they would arrive at Medea tomorrow at dawn. Therefore, for some time they will have to behave like husband and wife. The lady asked what the married couple was doing. The former Duke explained that they, for example, should behave more politely. And then he began to use kind words towards the girl. Calling her cute, he said that they should hurry. Besides, if his beloved wants to look at the nightlights, they can do it. Further, calling the girl dear, he suggested if possible to even look at an iceberg. These words began to confuse the lady. She wasn't used to being treated like this. Since childhood, completely different words were usually addressed to her. Miss never felt loved or cared for. One woman noticed them and admired these pleasantries. She addressed the Duke as an officer from Medea, and she said that she was glad to meet him. And later she introduced herself by the name Zelda. He asked if he could help this woman with anything. Diana was surprised that he was popular even here. This lady explained that there would be a welcome party for all the guests that evening, and she didn't have a partner. Noah said it was bad, but the lady was only thinking about what their room would be like and whether she would have to share it with the Duke again. That's why I didn't really listen to this conversation. The young man told the lady that her situation was bad, but she began to beg him to accompany her to the party. She also said that her father was the Assistant Chief of Staff of the Scindian Army. Therefore, if he refuses her, he will immediately be sent to the most remote colony. The Sir replied that the woman could continue to threaten him if, of course, she wanted to die. He also said that he had no interest in playing along with her. Saying this, the guy hugged Diana. In this way, he wanted to show that he already had someone to keep him company. The lady called it amazing. The girl began to wonder why she didn't doubt it for a second, and I thought that they were talking about her then. Unexpectedly, the woman said that she wanted to introduce herself again, and she called herself Baroness Zelda Mason. She also explained that she was the protector and maid of honor of Queen Medea. This lady said that she was here on the orders of the ruler herself, and she asked her to make sure that the two arrived safely. The girl was amazed that the royal family had such security. Zelda explained that it was her duty to protect anyone with Median blood, and she asked the lady not to worry. After all, I just wanted to watch them from the side. She also said that they would see each other again upon arrival. Diana asked the Duke how close he was to Queen Medea. He replied that it was enough to inform about their arrival. A little later, the lady left. The lady began to think that she noticed something else about Noah. He never wasted words and always remained true to himself. Perhaps he lacked some kind of empathy. But for her, it was not so important. Diana said that she felt a little cold and began to wrap herself in a scarf. The guy agreed with her and offered to go inside. Miss didn't remember him ever being cold. The man replied that he simply spent many winter nights falling asleep in the cold, and it reminded him of pouring rain. Once under it, a person will no longer ask questions about where it came from and why. After the maid's testimony, Jeffrey Gronendahl was called in for questioning. He was told that there had allegedly been numerous reports of a man in uniform with raven hair. The one who conducted the interrogation asked if the lieutenant wanted to say that it was not him, and Sir replied that he had no reason to help the girl. After all, she would have been released soon anyway. The man who conducted the interrogation was named Damien Gronendahl. The man was the Prime Minister of Belford and Geoffrey's father. This man asked if the son wanted to say that the kidnapping of the lady was the work of Medea. But the colonel replied that it was quite possible that the Duke of Progan had taken her there. After all, there were rumors that he had disobeyed the imperial order and was now on the run. The father said that he understood everything, and it looked like all their attempts were unsuccessful. Geoffrey admitted that the necklace belonged to his mother, and all the witnesses said that the girl simply disappeared. The Prime Minister asked his son why he tried so hard to save her, and the lieutenant replied that he did all this because of his mother. The man admitted that his son was very similar to her, and I was also sure that Rothschild was behind all this. There was a promise made between this man and his wife and son. There was also a reason why Geoffrey went to such lengths to save that girl. And there were also secrets. The woman kept them until her last breath. Then the man realized that perhaps all this was connected with that girl, Diana Clare. Therefore, I decided to find out more about her. Geoffrey stood there, lost in thought. He understood that the lady would accept help from anyone, but I wanted to know what about him. After all, it seemed that all this time she only needed Noah Rothschild. At night on the ship, Diana slept in the same cabin with him. Sir hugged her tightly, pressing her to him. The lady understood that she couldn't do this anymore. This was all beyond what she was used to. It seemed that just a little more and her heart would burst out of her chest, and the former Duke continued to hug her. Looking at him, the girl thought that it was good that his wounds were healing so quickly. But it was not clear where an active soldier had such flawless skin. The lady began to look closely at him, as if she wanted to enjoy his appearance. She began to stroke his face and lips with her finger. The girl noticed that his lips were very beautiful, and fixing her gaze on them, she tried to kiss him unnoticed. Miss wanted to do it secretly, thinking that the young man was already asleep. But after touching his lips, he turned his head and the lady realized that she was mistaken about that. It even scared her a little, especially when the guy opened his eyes. Diana was worried that he had woken up, and he asked if she had kissed him while he was sleeping. After this, Sir called the girl a scoundrel, but she said that's not true. Closing his eyes and turning his head towards the lady, he said that she could continue. Miss looked at him in surprise, not knowing what to do. On the one hand, she understood that she really wanted to continue the kiss. On the other hand, I didn't want to do this now. After all, I was afraid that there would be a continuation. So she tried to stop and said that she couldn't do that. Noah initially understood that Diana would not continue the kiss. That's why I didn't really insist. Hugging the girl again and holding her close, he invited her to rest a little, because he was sure that she was tired. Plus, she still had a fever. Miss reflected that although she was going to insist on separate rooms in Medea, it was not so bad. In the morning, a dawn of extraordinary beauty awaited all passengers on the ship. This morning they just arrived at the appointed place. The ship stopped at the port and the travelers were able to begin to disembark. The former Duke asked the girl what she thought about their little trip on the ship. The lady replied that she felt like she had been on a roller coaster. Baroness Zelda informed Noah that today he could stay at the Sherbunt estate. and tomorrow they will be able to visit Tempshire Palace. After all, the queen really wants to see them. The young man asked her to tell her that he would come alone. However, the interlocutor said that Her Majesty also wants to see Miss Clare, but the guy promised that this could be done next time. In the meantime, Diana was not feeling very well. The Baroness understood the Duke and said that in this case the Queen would understand everything. After that, the travelers got into the car and said goodbye to Zelda. On this clear, sunny morning, Diana and the former Duke had almost reached the place where they had originally planned to arrive. The car took them away, picking up speed. The kingdom of the Medians consisted of 4 nations. Medea was their heart and soul. Its colonial power and position on the ocean were among the most important in the world. Queen Medea has always been especially popular among her people, although the Betelin family never admitted it. The former Duke reported that the government was very committed to its people. Therefore, Diana will definitely be safe here. According to rumors, she did not seem oppressive, but in such countries violence was often used, so Noah knew he had to be more careful. A little later, they finally reached the palace. When the car stopped, the guy helped the lady out, giving her his hand. Upon entering, they were immediately greeted by a maid. It was the same Molly. At that time, her hand was bandaged, so Diana decided to come up and find out what happened to her. In response, the woman only remained silent, and frowning, she turned her gaze to the former Duke. Tom had to admit that he shot her. This news scared the girl very much, and the maid said that she was ready to show them to their rooms. Noah, looking at Diana, said that he had no other choice. After all, he did this in order not to be subjected to torture during interrogation. And then he went to Tempshire Palace. It was a large, beautiful building with an incredible park at the entrance, and it was surrounded by a high fence so that no stranger could enter. The safety of the royal family was carefully taken care of here. The young man went there with his friend Vincent. The former Duke asked why he was nervous before this meeting. After all, the Queen was never a tyrant. Wiping his forehead with a handkerchief, he said that he could not believe that he would meet Queen Medea in person. These feelings of anxiety and delight at the same time haunted him. The men entered the royal room where they were already expected. Queen Grace was Medea's second queen. She was an unusually beautiful woman with bright black hair. Vincent greeted her, calling her the ever-shining son of Medea. He also said that it was a great honor for him to meet her in person. When they met, the Duke simply said that they had not seen each other for a long time. His partner looked at him with a surprised look and thought that he had lost his mind. Although for a moment it seemed that he had nothing to lose, the Queen supported the conversation with Noah, saying that she agreed with this, and asked how he was. The guy replied that everything was fine with him. The woman said she heard about the girl he brought with him, and that she doesn't feel well. Sir said it was so. He also said that she is now resting, so they can meet her next time. The Queen expressed the hope that she would soon see his bride. She was interested to know who this girl was. After all, even Princess Arita was defeated in the fight for this man's heart. She went on to say that it seems like just yesterday he was a little boy, and now he has become such an adult. And looking at the Duke's partner, she asked if he was Vincent Ford. The man agreed and said that he was ready to appear at the services of Her Majesty. The ruler said that she was told that he allegedly helped the Duke of Rothschild and his Median girlfriend. She also said that they would probably like it in Medea. Vincent thanked Her Majesty and said that she was very kind. The Queen noted that it looked like she was about to host an awards ceremony for special services and appoint Noah Rothschild as Count. The young man thanked her, but said that he would like to get to the point of the conversation first. This concerned the Progen Empire. The woman said that such a nation would not be able to achieve full power. That is why the former Duke explained that it was time for them to show their military strength and stop thinking about Belford. The ruler asked him what he meant, and Rothschild explained that Belford suffered losses after Progenus's attack, but aggression could lead to them simply isolating themselves from the world. Vincent, listening to all this, realized that he was right. Progenus committed countless war crimes, and if everything is left like this, the feeling of hatred will only continue to grow. It turned out that they were destroying themselves, but the true intentions of this madman Noah were not directed against Progen. He wanted to destroy the entire empire and make Medea the capital of the world, and all this to protect his girlfriend. During this conversation, the young man explained what they would need to do to achieve their goal, and then they headed towards the exit from the hall. But someone else was waiting for them at the exit. It was Princess Arita. Having met the young man, she said that he had succeeded, and that she was glad that he was able to get here safe and sound. When they met, Vincent bowed to her. The former duke continued to stand motionless. The princess, turning to her partner Noah, asked if he could leave them for a moment. After all, she wanted to discuss something with the guy. After these words, Vincent resignedly walked away. And then the conversation began. Sir wanted to know what the princess wanted from him. But from the first words, she asked him to be more polite. Her face showed that she was still angry with this man. As the lady began, she said she just wanted to make one point clear. Will she really need to give up her claim to the throne? After all, the guy knew very well that a representative of the royal family of Medea could only get engaged to a median. Miss also wanted to discuss his proposal to give up everything. But the former duke asked if this really happened, and he tried to make it clear that he did not intend to marry this girl, because he had another lover. Arita said that she knew about this from the day she was born. It was then that he promised her mother that he would protect her and then marry her. However, the guy objected. And he said that he wasn't talking about her then. The lady couldn't believe what she heard, and she believed that the interlocutor just wanted to annoy her. But in fact, he probably wanted to check whether her feelings were real. Noah called the princess a genius who had already figured everything out himself. The girl said that she knew it was a test. However, she was unclear about what Admiral Claire was really up to. After all, at this rate they could really get married. After that, Sir decided to leave his interlocutor and began to head towards the exit. That evening, the Admiral and his daughter Selina were at their estate. Her father read books to her because she loved it very much. The man noted that she was still listening to him attentively, and the girl sat and enjoyed communicating with her beloved dad. A little later, the Admiral turned to his daughter, calling her a princess, and she replied that she was already 19 years old. The father did not want to upset his daughter, but that was not the point. The girl was sad to see him working hard alone, so she wanted him to tell her the truth. The lady waited until she was alone at home, and after that I became convinced that there really was no one besides her. And going into her father's office, she decided to find something in his papers. She usually didn't meddle in other people's business, but then she needed to know his plan to kill Diana. The lady found a crumpled piece of paper lying on the Admiral's desk, and I decided to see what was said there. The girl carefully unfolded it and began to read. In the letter, someone asked when any measures were planned to be taken. After all, soon the author will have to give up his claims to the throne. But there was no heir yet. Therefore, if the agreed-upon person marries someone else, their deal will be broken. And since the Admiral did nothing, the author of the letter decided to do it. The phrase about refusing the claim to the throne led Selina to believe that it was a letter from Princess Medea. After all, this was the only country where there were conditions for marriage. The lady thought that the author of the letter was a very stupid girl, and it was strange that she sent such a letter. But it also became curious what kind of heir was mentioned in the letter. The blonde began to think about all this, continuing to hold the letter in her hands. However, after a moment she was horrified. An idea came to her that seemed very plausible. Most likely Diana was from the royal family. Having waited for her father, the lady decided to clarify everything with him and find out if I came to the right conclusion. Hearing this question, the Admiral began to hesitate to answer. So the lady realized that her sister apparently really was not the real daughter of the Clare family. The father, raising his hand to his face, said that this was not so, and he added that he still didn't consider her as such. He also asked if Selina knew about the cause of her mother's death. The girl noted that Diana's hair color was different from theirs. The Admiral admitted that he just wanted to help his daughter, and he asked if she still had feelings for the lieutenant. She agreed. After all my life I felt sympathy only for him. Therefore, it was hard for her to realize that this was not mutual. The father promised to sort it out. After all, he believed that as soon as Selina gained power, he would not be able to resist. In addition, this person is now at an age when ambitions were very high. It was hard for the girl to think that she could have power. She considered herself in no way connected with the governance of the country in the future. The lady wanted to live a quiet life next to her loved one, but her father promised that he would make sure that she was treated properly. Therefore, he wanted to get ahead of the Duke before he used Diana to claim Medea. That evening, the former Duke and Diana were in the room together. The man had recently returned from a reception with the Queen. The lady decided to ask again how it all went, and he replied that everything was fine. For some reason, the girl thought that he was still angry. After all, last night she said that she wanted to sleep alone, and the guy reminded him that she promised him to be together. However, Miss insisted on it, and she explained that she couldn't sleep normally with him. Therefore, that evening the lady, seeing the guy's fatigue, asked him if he wanted anything. But he just looked at her silently, stretching out his clothes. Embarrassed, the girl said that it would be better to come later, and she asked me to let him know if he needed anything. As she spoke these words, she took steps back and slipped. Expecting a quick fall, Diana screamed. The lady was already ready for what was about to happen, but the former duke managed to catch her. He took her hand, preventing her from falling. The guy's reaction was very fast, but he himself did not want anything to happen to the girl. And while he was holding her, he asked if she understood what she had done wrong. Miss began to ask for forgiveness, but still, Diana couldn't believe that the guy was using such a classic romantic move. Therefore, I asked him to be more serious and pick her up. Noah said she broke her promise, and the offender should not have said that. He still continued to hold the girl, not allowing her to get up, but she began to say that her back hurt. The young man helped her get up after these words, and the lady added that you can wait until the wedding. He agreed, saying that he knew the beliefs of his princess, but he just likes being with her. Diana said that she understood everything, but these words only caused a small smile from the guy. Smiling, he said he wanted to finish what he started last time. The girl realized that he was a real master of manipulation, and seeing his look on her, full of expectations, she realized that she still liked it. And the Duke's heart was pounding in his chest. He couldn't believe this was actually happening. The young man stood in front of her, so handsome and unattainable, and the lady looked at him with her huge eyes. There was confusion and something else in them. Sir slowly leaned towards her, feeling his lips getting closer to hers. This touch was gentle and timid, but on the other hand, it was like being struck by lightning. A shudder passed through their bodies, and for a moment they both froze. And then the world around them dissolved. Diana considered this to be their first real kiss. It may not have lasted long, but it seemed to her that an eternity had passed. After this, Noah invited the girl to play chess. He played with white and the ladies with black. The girl thought this was very symbolic. The guy explained that tomorrow they would have a meeting with the queen herself, and they can't miss it. Miss asked why he didn't want her to meet the queen, and Sir explained that he was afraid that she might steal Diana from him. The lady thought it was impossible, but the guy was worried that the queen might become more important to the brunette than he was. Miss clarified why he had such thoughts, and the young man replied that he was worried about Diana, and that she can leave him at the first opportunity, and the reason is not important. The girl began to wonder why the guy could have such fear, and I thought it was possible because of a recent incident, but I decided to assure him that this would never happen. Sir replied that he had already thought about it. That's why he wanted everyone to know that she was his. Diana did not understand what these words meant. Her eyes were full of surprise, but later the Sir looked at her with a smile and said that he would now do something that would not be particularly gentlemanly. These words scared the girl a little. The guy put her on the bed and began kissing her neck. Diana could not understand what was happening at all, although this process seemed very pleasant to her. Noah then stood up and said it was perfect. But Miss could not understand whether this was really necessary. However, the young man explained. He said that now everyone will know that she belongs to him, and so he will not lose her, which means he will be calm in this regard. The lady suggested that they could just wear wedding rings. Hearing this, the guy simply looked at her thoughtfully. It seemed strange to the girl that he didn't think about it. The next day, the maid saw what was on Diana's neck, but the brunette herself forgot about it. She was surprised to see the bruise. The lady replied that she was bitten by a mosquito. However, at the same time, I read that Noah will regret this. After all, he put her in a very awkward situation. The maid looked thoughtful and asked how mosquitoes could appear in winter. After that, she said that she would make sure that they were no longer here. Diana thought that the assistant believed her story. Then the Duke entered the room. The first thing he asked was whether the princess was ready to go out. She agreed, calling him Mr. Komar. But the young man did not understand this joke. The maid only looked thoughtfully at the girl. The lady stood up from her seat and began to head towards the exit. The castle towered over the horizon, as if it had escaped from a fairy tale. Its towers, topped with sharp spires, shone with a warm light in the darkness of the night. The castle walls, made of white stone, were decorated with exquisite carvings that seemed alive in the moonlight. The huge windows of the castle glowed with amber light, inviting travelers inside. It seemed that you just had to cross the threshold of the castle and you would find yourself in a world of fairy tales and adventures. When the young man and the girl entered there, they were immediately greeted by Arita. She looked at this couple and their appearance with a dissatisfied look, and then she called them both stupid. All this because I saw bruises on their necks. The guy called her too straightforward, and Diana pretended that she had no idea what they were talking about. However, she believed that her mission was completed. In fact, the lady did it in the car when it was backing up, but Miss didn't want anyone to remember that, and it seemed that this would be too honest an answer. Arita considered this behavior impudent, and she also reprimanded the Duke because he called another girl a princess in her presence, and he also ignored her. Noah asked which other one they were talking about. Saying this, he hugged Diana. However, the brunette asked if he liked to play with her feelings. Inviting the girl to move on, he replied that she was simply looking for an excuse, and Miss wondered what this madam wanted from him. Suddenly, Arita asked them to wait. The guest thought that she was a very selfish princess. She asked Diana if she considered herself special, and she added that she was simply being used. To this, the girl replied that it was very unprofitable to do so. After all, she has nothing. Madame replied that the reason was different. He used her to get to her, and she asked if it wasn't obvious to her. Letty decided to clarify why the princess thought so. At the appointed hour, when all the guests had gathered, there was silence in the hall. The main trumpet player signaled to his colleagues and they began to play. The musicians played with such skill and inspiration that it seemed as if the very walls of the palace began to vibrate to the beat of their music. When the melody of trumpets filled the palace hall with its solemn and enchanting sounds, all the guests, holding their breath, turned their gaze to the huge carved doors. The queen appeared. She was dressed in a luxurious dress studded with precious stones, which sparkled in the light of numerous chandeliers. Her posture was graceful and majestic, and her expression was calm and confident. The queen walked slowly, with a slight smile on her face, completely in tune with the musical accompaniment, which emphasized her greatness and beauty. She was like the eternal sun of the Median Empire. Her black hair was neatly pulled back and shiny. When she came out into public, everyone began to bow to her. Diana did this too. She also wished that the queen's reign would be long and prosperous. Having bowed, the lady introduced herself to Her Majesty by the name Diana Clare. The ruler noted that this was the name of the moon goddess, and calling the girl by name, she said that she had heard what exactly she had to go through. She also expressed her sympathy. The lady looked at the queen and could not take her eyes off. This woman stared back at her. For some time there was unprecedented silence. Tears involuntarily appeared in Diana's eyes. The girl understood that this woman gave her strange sensations. She saw in her something warm, familiar, but at the same time unknown. She couldn't describe these feelings, but they were so deep that Diana's tears continued to flow. The ruler asked why she began to cry. Unable to utter a word, the lady wondered why this really happened. After all, she believed that she should not feel anything. Miss herself was surprised by her strong reaction, and she decided to say that the queen was too beautiful. And perhaps this happened because there really was something familiar in those eyes. The woman gently took her hands and thanked her. She also said that she thought those times were really difficult, and turning to her as a child of Medea, she said that she hoped she could find happiness and peace within the walls of this empire. From the look of this woman, one could understand that she herself had experienced something similar. Such an aloof look, asking for nothing in return, could not leave Diana indifferent. The former duke said they were thinking about getting married. At this time he put his arm around the lady's shoulder. Silence fell again in the hall. But a little later the queen said that it was wonderful. After all, this couple, in her opinion, really looked good together. The girl was pleased with such words. The queen continued, saying that she kept wondering who would steal the duke's heart, and the miss noticed that Noah behaved very kindly with the queen. After that, she invited her to come back more often, and she promised to definitely talk to her again. The evening lights began to light up one after another. With the advent of darkness, the city acquired a special charm, becoming fabulous and mysterious. The streets were filled with the soft, warm light of lanterns. They created a play of highlights and shadows. People strolled leisurely. enjoying the coolness of the evening and the beauty of the surrounding landscape. Noah and Diana also decided to take a walk. Walking along the city streets, the guy suggested sitting down for a while. The girl agreed, but so that she would not freeze, he laid out his cloak for her. The lady asked if he was okay, and Sir replied that no. But he added that he wanted to make sure that everything was fine with Diana. The young man continued to look at his beloved. Then he began to examine her hands, and then he touched her gently. The girl asked what was wrong because this look began to alarm her. And I thought that perhaps her hands looked strange with gloves on. For example, they looked like small sausages. The Duke assured that their shape had no meaning to him. He also added that he saw in the girl what others could not see in her. At first, the lady thought he saw ghosts in her, but that's not what the guy was talking about. After all, he spoke about the essence and meaning, and also about how and why something came into being. This is exactly what he saw in her. These words sounded deep. The girl usually did not have such thoughts. Noah continued that every event that happened in her life made her who she was now, and he assured her that it was wonderful. The young man took her hands, brought them to his lips and kissed them, and he said that what he saw in her made her different from others. And after that, he put the ring on her finger. Sir explained that now she did not need to be beautiful for anyone. After all, for him, she will always be the most beautiful. Saying these words, he began to hug her. The girl thought that before that they were only joking about the wedding. But now everything is serious, although his words no longer made sense. After all, the answer now sparkled on her finger like a promise. That evening, the queen called Baroness Zelda to her, and I wanted to know what she thought about Diana. She replied that her Median blood was strong, and this is considering that she is half Belford. The queen agreed with this statement, and she said that there was a high probability that her mother was a purebred Median. The interlocutor told her that there was a story about Queen Medea. She went to Belford many years ago, and there she became a duchess. Therefore, it was worth finding out who this girl's mother was. The Baroness replied that she would definitely find out. The ruler was haunted by thoughts of Admiral Claire's daughter. She understood that he desperately hated her, and it was strange. After all, the woman's heart sank with sadness and anxiety. A long time ago, when Miss Grace was still young, she happened to meet Admiral Clare. He told the princess that the day he met her was the best day of his life. He also assured the girl that their meeting was definitely destined for fate, and he promised to give her everything he had. This man was harsh and cold, but his beautiful smile seemed to illuminate his face. He told the princess that his feelings for her were sincere. At that time, he was already Belford Admiral of the Navy. His name was Winston Clare. His first love was the Queen, but later they broke up. The woman was very sad because of this. After all, she was pregnant by the Admiral. For some time, she lived with Noah's family. He was still just a child then. His father and mother allowed her to be at their home. The maid gave her a room and took her there. The little boy and his father were watching her. That day, the princess never came to dinner. The maid said that she would most likely be more comfortable eating in her room. Therefore, she already ordered that food be brought to her. Noel Rothschild was already a duke at that time and believed that Madame was unlikely to tell anyone who the father of the child was. And he thought that perhaps that was the reason she was hiding. His wife Eliza, who is also Noah's mother, also did not know who the father was. But she no longer liked him. After all, this girl was still very young, and he has already left such a mark on her life. The Duke asked if she was worried about the Queen. She agreed. After all, she also already had a child. Therefore, she understood that it must have been very difficult for the young princess. That day, Noah learned that this woman would stay with them until the child was born. And he asked how the princess could have children. After all, he thought a queen or a concubine was supposed to have them. The parents were surprised by such knowledge of their son. They decided to find out how he knew about it. But the father said that their boy was already smart and apparently took it from his mother. However, Eliza remembered that she had never done well in school. Although for her husband she was a real treasure, this family was surrounded by happiness, satisfaction, and joy. The boy's mother asked if he would have lessons again today. The father agreed and asked his dear wife what fairy tale she was going to read to him today. The woman wanted to finish reading yesterday's story and asked her son what he thought about it. Unexpectedly, Noah refused, and he said that this book was boring. After all, he did not understand why he needed to save a princess whom he had never met before. Mom began to explain that this was the beginning of their love. After all, later they will fall in love with each other and get married. After that, Eliza asked what her son thought about the story about the fox and the prince. Noah said he knew how much his mom loved stories. His parents sat nearby at the table, happy and smiling. After dinner, the father called the boy to his office, and he suggested that perhaps he would become a physicist. He also asked if his son liked his last teacher. The young man replied that he was good. After that, the man put the child on his lap. He also said that he thought it would be better if he did not ask the princess about the father of her child. The boy was surprised why he shouldn't have done this. The Duke explained that these conversations would make the princess sad, and his mother too. However, the child did not understand the reason. The man explained that their guest had been betrayed and abandoned, but they still need to observe standards of decency. This made the boy sad. After all, before he didn't know how to survive betrayal. The father thought that his son understood everything, therefore praise him and stroke the head of the bitch who cooked his hair. So the young man realized that he needed to protect someone who was sad and in need of something. But I also tried to understand why this should be done. That evening, the princess stood in the castle courtyard. The wind ruffled her hair and the sun slipped below the horizon. It painted the sky crimson and gold. The lady looked at this picture. The boy looked at her from the window, trying to understand what happened in her life before. Although I still didn't know all the features of life and why it was not worth talking about certain topics in front of her. And yet the child decided to go down to talk to the princess again. He ran through the corridors of the castle, leaving the sound of loud footsteps behind him. Noah came to the girl and called her the radiant star of Medea. She also greeted him. She also noticed that he spoke the Median language well. The boy looked at her with a piercing gaze, and then said that this lady had a beautiful name, and tried to reprimand him. But she suggested just calling her Gracie. Noah asked if he could treat her like his sister. This question was unexpected, but still the miss decided to answer him with consent. After all, she understood that he had neither brothers nor sisters. She also said that she needed a knight for the duration of her stay here. Therefore, the boy could well become one, and she asked whether he would accept such an offer. Noah replied that if this was an order, then he would carry it out. But the lady replied that he did not have to do this if he did not want to. The child said that if he had a knighthood in the future, he could receive the title. The princess realized that this boy already knew exactly what he wanted. That's why she had a proposal for him. But first, Miss wanted to know how old he was. Noah replied that he had already reached the age of 7, although it was often explained to him that he looked a little older. Everyone used to tell him that he looked like his dad. The princess thought he was a rather strange child. The boy's parents watched their conversation from the window and were touched by it. They had never seen him like this before. The Duke told his wife Eliza that it was obvious that Medea's emperor, the princess, and also the crown prince were ill, and also that there were rumors that it was supposedly something like typhus. The woman was amazed that the entire royal family was sick. This could mean that Princess Grace could become the new queen. This means they should have strengthened the protection in the house. Hugging his wife, the man said that she too should have been more careful. He also asked to make sure that their son did not wander through the forest. However, they did not want the princess to find out about this, and I was worried about her condition. Eliza supported her husband in this. She said she understood everything. She also asked if her dear husband was okay. After all, everyone thought that it was he who helped the Assassins escape to Scindia. But the man asked not to worry about him, and he promised to definitely protect his wife and their son. He considered it the most valuable thing he had. While near the house with the princess, Noah looked out the window into his parents' room. He saw their shadows, which indicated that the spouses were hugging each other, setting an example for the boy. These people showed him what it was like to be a good family man. Looking at them, he wanted everything to be the same in the future. He didn't know what it was, but he wanted the same relationship. That evening was truly incredible. The sun had already disappeared behind the horizon, leaving behind only a thin strip of golden-pink sky. There was a slight coolness in the air, replacing the heat of the day. The park gradually plunged into darkness, and the quiet rustling of leaves mixed with the rare sounds of evening birds. Lanterns began to light up along the park's alleys. Their soft, warm light spread along the paths. It created a cozy and romantic atmosphere. Lanterns came in various shapes and sizes, from small to large. They softly illuminated the trees and bushes, giving them a fabulous look. The princess asked the child if he had heard the story about the evening primrose. Noah said he had never heard of this before. So the girl began to explain it. Legend has it that there was a satyr who loved the moon more than the stars. However, everyone thought it was the other way around. And every night he waited for a sky without stars. After all, I wanted to confess my love to the moon. But others found out about it and told everyone. The boy asked why this was done, and the girl replied that it was because he was different from them. After this, the satyr was expelled. He had to live in a place where neither the moon nor the stars were visible. And in the place where this satyr later died, evening primroses bloomed. The princess noted that it was a rather sad story. Therefore, this flower symbolized expectation. Noah asked Gracie if she had anyone she cared about. The girl agreed, and she said that it was her lover. However, he broke her heart. The boy listened carefully to everything. But at that moment, I still did not understand what this word meant. It turned out that it was something that could be treasured and that it was one of a kind. And that is what ultimately broke my heart. The boy became interested in when he could meet the princess's child. And he asked this question while stroking her belly. Grace said the baby would be born in winter. This will happen sometime after Christmas. Little Noah understood that he also wanted to cherish someone. He was interested to know what this feeling was. So he decided to find out if he could take the child for himself when it was born. And he said that he thought it would be a girl. The princess asked how Noah found out about this. And the boy replied that he just thought so. And she really wants it to be a girl. Then the lady explained that people are not things, and he won't be able to take anyone away. The girl wondered why this child wanted her to have a girl. And she clarified this with him. Noah said that boys are usually very loud and never wash their hands. The princess joked that of course he was not like that, and the child agreed with this. He also explained that this is because he himself is trying to be a gentleman. And he said that his parents said that they owned each other, and they often repeated to each other, "You are mine, and you are mine." The lady asked if the boy wanted to marry her daughter in the future. He agreed. It seemed very charming in the eyes of the expectant mother, so she decided to say that if she had a girl, the child could become her knight, and then they will be able to love each other, and then have a wedding. The boy stood and listened to all this attentively. He tried to remember every word of the guest. It seemed unclear to him whether it was true that he had just been approved for the role of the husband of the unborn child. The princess confirmed this, and she asked him not to be shy. After this, Noah began to show interest in the unborn child. It seemed that he was looking forward to the birth of this girl more than anyone else. His parents also noticed this. The boy promised to protect her, and then get married. Mom and Dad supported him in this. Summer gave way to the golden colors of autumn, and Medea's royal army paid a visit. The arriving messengers told the lady the sad news. They said that the king and queen had died, and the crown prince was bedridden due to illness. She was next in line to the throne. Therefore, she needed to become the new queen of Medea. After this, the messengers began to address the girl as Her Majesty. This news, of course, shocked her greatly. After all, she didn't even know that her family was sick. Then Princess Grace Spencer Marie took over Medea's reign. She accepted this offer in order to protect the throne from outside claims. Several months passed after Her Majesty learned the news. She had a child. Noah's parents called this girl beautiful. They also told their son that the princess was waiting for him, and they asked if he liked her. The queen said that she was very sorry, but she did not think that he could marry her. After all, this girl will be the only heir to the throne. The little girl at that time was sleeping carefree in her crib. Noah looked at her and said it was no big deal. In his eyes, she was very unattractive, and he believed that she could not become a princess. For some reason, at first glance, he really didn't like the princess. The parents reprimanded the boy for such rudeness, and they asked the queen for forgiveness for him. But she replied that everything was fine. They explained to the child that he looked the same when he was born. The Duke asked Her Majesty if Captain Clare had left. It was very difficult for the woman to remember their last conversation with her former lover. Her eyes were filled with sadness, and the first tear appeared on my cheek. She recalled how he shouted at her, saying that he had to give up everything, and all this was done just for her sake. He wondered how she could betray him. But the queen did not betray him. The lady simply understood that he himself was looking for a reason to terminate their relationship. That's why she said that Sir deceived her, and he didn't even tell her anything. This situation left a deep wound in her soul. Misunderstood that she would remember these tears for a very long time. Therefore I told those with whom I lived that this was done in the morning. But she didn't want to talk about it. The lady began to bite her lips, and she said that she was not going to tell anything about what happened. The queen decided to tell everyone that the princess was the daughter of the deceased marquis, and that he was her close friend and an excellent secretary. The duke assured her that when the time came, their son would protect the princess. After this, the woman could safely return to her country. And so, when Miss first saw the bride of this very boy, she seemed to feel something. They began to leave her palace, and she called out to Noah. Diana was glad to meet this woman. There was a smile on her face. A little later, she was already holding the pudding in her hands, and she called him a real beauty. The lady suggested we go home as soon as she finished it, and the young man agreed. As always, he looked at the girl with emotion. And then he asked why she had such an expression on her face as before the kiss. Hearing these words, Miss almost choked. The guy asked if she really liked this food, and he continued to call his beloved very sweet. The young man decided to make fun of the girl by asking what she would choose, him or the pudding. The lady replied that she would choose him, because he can buy it again. But then, at the queen's reception, Noah said that they were about to leave. This woman looked at the girl with a very strange look, and she invited Miss Diana to stay in her palace for a while. The lady was very happy about this proposal. However, the guy was against it, and he asked why this was necessary. He was not ready to give his princess to someone else. The queen replied that she was simply asking about it, and she asked if he objected. The guy said everything was fine, but they will need one room, because it will be difficult for him to be away from his beloved for a long time. The ruler asked what would happen if she refused, and the young man replied that he was afraid. Then they would have to reject this offer. During this conversation, Diana noticed something strange. She couldn't understand what was happening between the queen and her Noah. After all, they looked at each other with a very strange look, and she couldn't understand what was hidden behind it. Sparks seemed to sparkle from their eyes directed at the other. The look was full of emotions and unspoken words. It was like a lot of lightning, which is scary to be near. Unexpectedly, the queen said that she was just joking, but she would still really like to know more about the two of them. And the ruler asked what Diana thought about this. The girl replied that it would be a great honor for her and thanked her interlocutor. Grace suggested that they meet tomorrow at the palace, and she advised me to take a beautiful dress with me. Hugging the lady, Noah said that she was his, and he asked the queen not to even think about stealing it. The woman asked when he managed to become so impudent. This behavior prompted her to remember the past. Diana, pushing the guy's hand away, asked why Her Majesty should steal it. And she told the queen that they would see each other tomorrow. After that, the two began to leave. In parting, Grace winked at her guest. On the one hand, she felt her power over him, and on the other, she understood that his madness was difficult to predict. Besides, she didn't know how he grew up. Diana, leaving, continued to look at this woman, admiring her beauty. Perhaps she saw something similar to herself in her, or perhaps I've simply never seen such beauty before. But there was clearly something attractive in this look. Princess Arita also observed this situation, standing a little away from them. At that moment, she was carrying on a conversation with the maid standing nearby, and then I saw that they had left. And then she approached her mother. Miss asked if she told the guy to stay with them on her behalf. The queen asked her daughter if she had forgotten him, and she swore that she would be the end of the Spencer family's reign. But Arita explained that she just wanted to marry the man she loved. In addition, the Winters clan also lays claim to the throne, but she didn't think she could do it so easily. The queen asked her daughter to come closer to her and hugged her tenderly. At that time, she considered her to be her only child. But deep in my soul, I still grieved for my first daughter. Arita did not yet know anything about her mother's long-standing pain. The woman turned to her, calling her her darling, and she said that people often have someone tell them that they love them, but in fact he means their strength, and not the person personally. Already leaving the queen, the young man said that he hoped to avoid having to return to the palace, but apparently he didn't succeed. Diana asked him not to worry so much, and she began to assure that she only liked guys. Although the beauty of the queen did not leave her indifferent, the girl remembered her image even after they left. The lady said she only likes one person, and his name is Noah. but he said that she did not understand his experiences, and he began to explain that he did not want to share her with anyone else. After all, if Diana decides to be with someone else, that person will do two things to that person. The girl decided to ask what Noah would do. He explained that first he would kill this man. The lady thought it was pretty harsh, and she asked him what he would do next. Noah continued by saying that once he was sure he was dead, he would make it look like an accident. Diana asked why Sir would do this, and the young man explained that then he would be able to console his beloved if she was sad. The girl was surprised, considering the guy an interesting psychopath, but she continued to assure him that she was looking only at him. She also called him affectionate words, for example, cutie. The man praised her and told her to continue doing the same. He also suggested using other words when addressing him. For example, you can call him cute, cool, and handsome. Continuing the ride along the snowy road, the girl agreed with everything in this conversation. The guy asked if he was the only one for her, and she confirmed it. Afterwards, he decided to ask again what would happen if someone more beautiful than him suddenly appeared. But the lady replied that this would definitely not happen in the near future. The young man expressed understanding, and he admitted to Diana that he was very jealous, but she already saw it herself, although I still didn't know how to react to such behavior. Noah asked if his lover was jealous. The girl replied that this was not so, and she explained that she was jealous of him even for the pudding, and after that she decided to ask again if he loved her. Turning towards the lady, the guy began to look intently into her eyes, trying to find words to answer. He understood that this question was quite important, and I wanted to explain the depth of my feelings for this girl. However, at first he briefly answered that no. After all, before the young man saw different manifestations of love, and each of the options looked like a lamppost, so ubiquitous and insignificant. However, he felt completely different about her, although I didn't know how to explain it. Since childhood, Noah has seen how his parents treat each other. In his eyes, it was something different from love, and he really wanted to know what it was. Throughout his life, he had to grow up quickly in order to survive, so he became an inferior version of an adult. But I was still trying to find the childish innocence within myself. Diana listened to this whole story, but did not understand what he was trying to convey to her. However, she was sure that she would find out, and the one who learns about this first will be able to teach the other. The guy said he was for it too. However, even now he was sure that he really liked the lady, and this feeling intoxicated him much more than love. Diana swore that Noah was the most precious person in the world to her. The former duke was pleased to hear such words, and to know that he was the most precious thing she had. He really liked knowing this and feeling it. Discussing their past and attitude towards each other, they arrived at their place of stay, and the next day the travelers again planned to change their place of residence. Diana was already ready to go, and she put on a beautiful red dress and threw a white sheepskin coat on top. As she left the house, she couldn't help but think that she was too busy to be a homebody right now. After that, the brunette got into the car in which Mr. Ford was already waiting for them. Miss greeted him and asked how he was doing. The driver replied that it was not very good. After all, he left home at the age of 33, so his family has already erased his name from records. The former duke was also in the car. Suddenly, he said that he did not want to leave. After that, the conversation stopped. Diana, looking at him, realized that he was too well dressed for someone who did not want to go. Noah told her he had pudding. The lady thanked him for this, and Sir felt like the best guy for her. And then I again heard compliments about my address. Vincent asked if he could stay in the palace. After all, it will be easier for him to care for them there. Noah agreed, which made his driver happy. This man was delighted that he would be able to see the queen every day. A little later, they arrived at the estate. Baroness Zelda met them there and led them into the room. The room was bright and sunny, and the interior was beautifully decorated. Noah asked why there were 2 beds. As he said this, he showed obvious dissatisfaction with what he saw. The woman replied that in that case they could alternate places, and sleep first on one and then on the other, until it becomes comfortable. She also began to tell me that in the commercial and tourist areas of the city there is a lot to see. She offered to recommend a couple of places they could visit, but the lady wanted to put it off for another time, because now she wanted to rest a little. On her way out, the lady invited them to have a good time, and Vincent said that he would find his way back. When the young man and the girl were left alone, she decided to sit down immediately, and the guy began to watch her carefully. Now Miss could eat her pudding in peace. The former Duke realized that she really liked this dish. Suddenly, turning to Diana, he asked her to take off her dress. And he said this in all seriousness. The girl couldn't believe her ears. Miss did not know what to expect from her interlocutor and did not understand his motives. Many questions arose in my head. Diana asked if he wanted her to do it now. After all, it was daylight at the moment. Her eyes were full of amazement. Adjusting his gloves, the young man agreed. He also explained that two things are best seen in daylight, and he had been curious to see this for a long time. He wanted to check something. Diana still couldn't understand what he was talking about. Sir went to the windows and closed the curtains, and also uttered the phrase, "nothing superfluous," and he explained that he just needed to see her back. The lady obediently stood up and said that she would do as he wanted. But I thought that perhaps of the two of them, it was she who did not understand something. Leaving her pudding, Diana walked away from the table and turned her back to Noah. And after that, he slightly unbuttoned the dress and showed her back. The guy said that the corset prevented him from seeing what he wanted. However, the girl could not remove it on her own. So he decided to help her. But it was unclear why she wore it at all. After all, this type of clothing turned out to be uncomfortable for a man. It was also difficult to remove or difficult to correct. The girl asked to stretch faster because she was cold. After that, he began to examine her carefully. But the lady didn't know what he was interested in until now. That's why I asked about it. The young man pointed to her birthmark, and he said that only the maids had seen him before. The lady explained that Molly had helped her with the corset, and she said that her hands were stronger than the others. The guy threw a cloak over the miss and asked not to show it to anyone else. Diana still could not understand what was happening. Noah explained that he just asked to show her his back and that's all. He chose to end there, and he asked to be allowed to help her get dressed. All this embarrassed Diana. She blushed and felt extremely awkward. Noah's behavior seemed increasingly strange and unpredictable to her. A young man and a girl went to breakfast. A very tasty dish was prepared, which Diana ate with pleasure. She even licked the spoon out of pleasure. Noah asked if she liked this breakfast, and she answered that very much. She also invited him to try this dish himself, and then she brought the filled spoon to his mouth. The guy ate it and called the breakfast amazing. However, Diana understood that this was not so, and she said it was okay if he didn't really like it, but he wanted his tastes to coincide with the princess. And the girl said that he shouldn't have forced himself to eat something that he really didn't want. She also said that she, for example, hates mulled wine because it is not sweet enough, but she knew that her interlocutor loved him very much. Suddenly, the miss decided to change the subject, and she asked about the birthmark on her back. The lady wanted to know why she shouldn't have shown it to anyone. Noah asked her if she was really going to marry him. Miss agreed. The young man continued, saying that if anyone found out about him, they would hardly be able to get married, and then she will have to marry another person. And then he joked that this wouldn't happen anyway. After all, he will kill this man. The lady didn't understand what he was talking about. These words seemed strange to her and had no connection with reality. Further, sadly looking down, he said that titles at that time did not matter at all. Money was more important, but some things still cannot be bought so easily. Diana looked at him with perplexed eyes, because every word raised new questions in her mind. It seemed that Noah was talking about some things far from her that she shouldn't even know about. She didn't understand any of these words, but she still decided to say that in this case they could escape to another country. And it won't be so bad. It somehow reminded her of adventure. Noah replied that this was not necessary. After all, he will be able to find a place where they will be comfortable living. The lady asked if he wanted to build a house. Then he should not have forgotten about the yard and the swing. The guy took the girl by the hand and began to gently finger her fingers, and he said that he would do so. And then he invited her to take a walk. The lady decided to find out exactly when he planned the walk. The young man explained that it was better to do it now. After all, if they stay here, they will be in trouble, and it's better to avoid them. Diana was ready for anything and began to quickly get ready for a walk. It was raining very heavily then, but fortunately they took an umbrella with them, which could provide protection from this downpour. Walking just a short distance from the house, the former Duke said that there were too many distractions, and he didn't like it. The lady, looking at the Duke, did not understand what he was talking about. So the guy said that one of these factors was ahead of them. He was the main irritant for him. Turning, Diana saw Princess Arita with her maid. Seeing Seeing them, the girl's face changed and began to show dissatisfaction and anger again. It even seemed to the brunette that she was incapable of experiencing other feelings, because she had never seen her joyful. The princess said it was brave of them to present themselves to her together. She also whispered that it really annoyed her. Diana was unpleasant just from her voice. Therefore, the girl explained that they were only following Her Majesty's orders. It was the queen who asked them to come together. And she said that she thought she wanted to bless their engagement. Noah did not expect such courage from his beloved, and looked at her with admiration. And then he added that she even rented a common room for them. Today they will sleep on the right bed. As they said this, the young people laughed a little at the princess but tried to cover their mouths with their hands, all because they didn't want to laugh out loud. This angered the girl even more. With rage, she shouted at her maid to leave them. Frightened, the assistant ran away, even though the umbrella remained with her mistress. Showing all the hatred, Arita told Diana that she was very cunning and insidious. She also said that in Belford, the second eldest son of the Duke, and in Progina, the Duke himself had a relationship with her. And she added that she definitely had her own type. But the lady looked at her, not understanding what she was talking about. Afterwards, the princess asked if she remembered the lieutenant's name correctly. She also said that she and Colonel Geoffrey Gronendal were a wonderful couple, and every week we went on a date and everything. She also said that she even heard that they spent the night together while hunting. Because of this, she called Diana easily accessible. Noah decided to stand up for her. But the princess added that the miss even pursued the lieutenant, and in Belford she was with another man. That's why she said she didn't know what else she could be called. The guy asked how she knew all this, and Arita replied that everyone told Belford about this. However, the young man added that Belford was their enemy. That's why he said it was funny. After all, she knew so much about the personal life of a high-ranking enemy lieutenant. The girl asked what he meant. He replied that he wanted to find out if the miss was a spy. The lady shouted, asking how he dared to talk about such a thing. After all, she of course should know about this, being a princess. Her position obliged her to be interested in such things. But the guy said that she should have watched her words, unless, of course, she wanted to end up behind bars. After all, this can easily be arranged by accusing her of having connections with their enemy. He also said that she should have been grateful that he didn't shoot her now. Arita continued to scream, asking how he dared to talk to her like that. But they did not answer, but simply decided to leave. Diana wanted to say something else in closing, but the guy suggested not to do so. He whispered to the lady that she only heard what she wanted. Therefore, the girl should not have indulged her. The brunette obeyed, and they began to move further away from the princess. The lady walked in thought, not knowing how to explain this girl's words to Noah. The young man was also dissatisfied with what he had just heard, but he understood that most likely it was not true. He walked, clenching his hand into a fist out of resentment. Diana decided to clarify that all this was just for the sake of survival, and that it didn't mean anything. She also asked not to misunderstand her. As for the hunt, that time she simply got lost. The lieutenant found her. Noah walked, listening carefully to everything, but he still understood that he should have killed this man even then. However, this was not the answer the lady expected. The girl asked if he really intended to do this. The guy replied that only he could protect Diana. Miss felt uncomfortable continuing this conversation and suggested we talk about something else. After all, it seemed that the princess's plan had worked. The young man asked what she meant, and the girl explained that Arita tried to undermine the trust between them, and now all his thoughts were occupied with her possible departure. However, the lady began to assure him again that this was impossible. After all, he was all she had. Noah replied that this is exactly what he wants. Diana understood that the stronger her feelings for him, the stronger the fear of losing him. Now she began to be afraid of loneliness, and thought that she could no longer live without her lover. And she decided to ask again if the guy wanted her to be left alone. To this, he replied that he did not want this. Therefore, the girl said that she wanted to make friends, and she could use some good acquaintances, and he himself for sure did not have enough friends, the kind of comrades with whom you could drink tea in your free time. Therefore, she suggested not to leave everything to chance. The former duke said that he could have tea with her, and they can do everything else together too. But the lady was worried that he might soon become bored with this confidence that she would not leave him. and I didn't want to let this happen. Therefore, I decided to reject his offer. And she said that he promised to become rich again, so he should have worked. But she wanted to make friends with the ladies of Medea, and also that he would miss her and be interested in her. The guy agreed, but said that they should not be more important to the girl than himself. He also said that if he and her friends start drowning, then Miss should save him. The lady replied that it would be so. After all, if Noah is in trouble, then she herself will be too. The next day, the young man saw invitations for Diana Farnese in the house. Only then did he realize that the brunette was serious. Although I used to think that the lady preferred loneliness, these were invitations to a tea party. That morning, the Baroness came to see her, and she brought an invitation from Her Majesty. Not even a day had passed since they arrived, and the girl had already received an invitation to the party. The lady was surprised that her plan worked so quickly. She also asked Noah to help fasten her corset. The guy asked if she wanted him to tighten it tighter, and the brunette agreed. The young man did not understand why this was necessary at all, and believed that Mrs. Waist was already thin. Diana couldn't understand why she was so nervous at that moment. One sudden movement and the girl could not stand on her feet. The guy tightened her corset so tightly that the lady screamed. After that, he asked if she was okay. The brunette joked that aside from a few broken ribs, she was actually fine. A little later, the miss got ready for a tea party, where the queen invited her and went to the count's palace. She was warmly welcomed there. Someone thought that the girl must have been interested in teacups. At this party was the wife of the Marquis of Wales, whose name was Rosalia Wales. This woman promised to show her her tea set next time, and the queen added that it would be wonderful if tea were added to it. The invited guest kindly agreed. The ruler, turning to Diana, said that if she liked tea ceremonies, then she would like this one. The lady thought it would be so. And the other woman said she could make snacks. Another invitee approached the miss and asked if she could get advice on love affairs from her. But Diana suggested we talk about this next time. The woman agreed, and Diana wondered if she was talking too much. After all, it seemed strange that everyone was so interested in her. When this event ended, the guests began to leave. At the exit, the girl was already waiting for the former duke. Those invited saw off the lady and expressed hope that they would see her next time. Then she left. The guy asked how many friends she managed to make, but she replied that not yet. At this moment, for some reason, Miss looked tired. Noah said that's why he came for her. The lady decided to say that the invited guests wanted her to come to tea parties more often, and some even asked her to meet them in person. The young man said it was great. They moved further and further from the count's palace. Suddenly, a boy ran out to meet them. The lady could not understand who it was, and why he was running in her direction. His appearance raised a lot of questions in the brunette's head. When the boy reached her, he hugged her so tightly that she continued to stand on her feet, and he called her Mom. The questions became more and more, and her lover continued to remain silent.